Ron Baker with that job.
What we can do is we'll digitize it.
He was an honorary.
Yeah.
First of Sac. I don't know.
Digitizing, then
My
we're good to
nephew
go.
working at the
John Henry hunted.
at the convoy in Ottawa.
See, I always wanted more cops here to join. Actually, there's a lot of former cops.
Can I just make a phone?
That's a good idea.
Well, he's also John Henry. Nice radio interview. Thank you. Which one? I did 2 today. CBC.
I wouldn't go live.
We have 779. We have double and a half. Yeah.
It's like a.
This is a good idea. That is,
Yeah,
this is a really good idea.
So my mother, of course. So my mother.
No, it's cool. It's a good idea.
War movies. She, if anything ever came up in the room, she'd just leave.
Municipality conference. Okay. Okay. Yep. Sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, yourself. He was a colonel. He owned a bar. One time I had a box.
That's a really good idea, Dan. I'm going to do that with my picture. Get everybody to sign it. Oh, yeah. Never thought of that. First year.
And I was born.
I'm not sure where to put this, but I don't know if Tom's
I don't know if I told you that. I was born on November 11th. So that day,
I leave my city phone and my work phone at home.
it'd be kind of like party dinner for my birthday.
Is there something in the hole?
All over
Decent all
in Babylon. The story was Jim used to work.
The first trailer we bought, the first trailer we bought, and we did the KOs. I had a hard time back in between. Anyways, then finally I said to Karen that we ended up at Lancaster, and I said, yeah, this is where we're going to stay.
That's a process.
Yes. Yeah. You're welcome. Whoops, sorry. I do. It's actually, it writes nice, but you're not offering.
And media, I see. And media, I see.
Yeah, well, that's all right.
Pretty good site.
Do you have friends that
Do we do live videos?
Yeah, we started there, and then
No, I don't think
Right now we are.
Ew, that's fun.
Sit it right now.
Anyway, they have 96. They're down at 90.
I wasn't sure what the dress was. Just, I'll bring a jacket.
one's out there.
One day recruitment drive.
Yeah,
Just
so
for
Dan's when
minorities
I
and women.
get my first $1 billion and I'm making
Sure,
the
or he teaches at the college there.
Hey, I served that guy.
You know, a lot of good fights. And he said
Like to thank
Belleville
my mother
started this, and Woodstock picked it up. You know, they picked it up.
Watch it.
I already got my picture framed and put on my parents'
Prime Minister.
I'm the same. Like,
Yeah, I'm getting a little long in the tooth for that racket, but Sarah maybe she'll be able to. Full-timers now.
Don't worry, Dean, when I get my first million, I'll thank you too.
Oh, that's so kind. And Counselor Hollingsworth for helping me be the first night.
Thank you, Counselor Hollingsworth,
That's what
for
I want.
answering my calls and texts.
For me, yeah.
Hello.
Counselor Hollingsworth. He's dead now, but you know,
He was good. He was a good guy.
pretty much of a listener.
But he sure could talk.
Kind of goes with the territory.
I'm sure he would. And again,
Not part of that, eh? She had sent out
I think I got everything I need.
I have not heard.
I Send it to you. I thought it was part of
I didn't want to open the door.
I just wanted to use this. Help me in the face.
So I find when I come back,
Hey, Fred.
But now she expects me to fundraise.
How are you?
I don't know if you saw our budget, 30,000.
Good, you?
Really?
You can have some if you want some.
All you need are a couple of treadmills and a stationary.
I have not been home one day this week. One night.
I said my son said, he says, you know, he says, so when we graduate this college, we get a gun. Here you guys get a pillow. So that parts.
Exactly what I was.
I'm good for all of them that they book, but I can't be here next Wednesday, so I'll have to tell Tracy. Because I have a fundraising bingo, and it's a big promo one for work, so I can't get out of it. I tried.
3 in the morning. Major fire.
They can do it.
But to what, like I say that about my mom's when I was like today I'm driving to the parking lot thinking, yeah, she's very good to me. Because I got a 40-minute drive, so I think I leave 40 minutes earlier. Alexandria.
Plus they bring it up. I told the younger guys, like at the older guys, who no longer have the lawn cutting business and all that, but they're not. One guy builds
Are we
houses.
even?
He was going to join the city police and then they offered him a job there and he went to that. He builds houses in the summer.
In the first year.
Starts with a B.
I did my income tax and I think it was 17 I made and added to my regular salary. Put me in a new tax bracket and I paid in like $5,000.
you never know.
They bring their paperwork to work.
I know, yeah, it's not.
We got left.
Do they make you use time when you leave?
I had to send the truck over to get some cuts up there.
Good afternoon, Council. Welcome to our special meeting for the first budget meeting of 2023. Before we get started, I'd just like to mention, so this is a special meeting of Council. We're meeting as Council for the budget. As we go through the presentation, so we currently have 5 dates set aside to go through the budget. Staff will be going over operational and capital budgets. If you have questions, please put up your hand, and I'll recognize you so you can ask your question. I would ask that you consider, as in previous years, keeping motions to change the budget until the end, if everyone's okay with that.
Good.
Okay, good. So from there, can I have roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Justin Towndale,
Present?
Councillors Claude McIntosh.
Here.
Dean Hollingsworth.
Present.
Maurice Dupel.
Present.
Sarah Good. Caroline Hébert.
Présente.
Councillors Elaine McDonald.
Present.
Sid Gardner.
See.
Dennis Sabourin.
Present.
Todd Bennett.
Present.
Fred Gunjo.
We acknowledge that we are gathering on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee peoples, the Mohawks of Akwesasne, the original keepers of this land. As settlers, we are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda for today, please? Councillor Dupel, Councillor Bennett, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Any disclosures of interest? Seeing none, can I get a motion to go into committee of the whole, please?
Wait.
Councillor Gardner, Councillor Sabourin, all in favor? Carried, thank you.
Just a quick question of clarification, Your Worship. Typically, at a regular council meeting, if somebody makes a motion is defeated, can't be redebated unless we get 2/3 majority. Is that still how we operate with budget?
Yes.
Okay, so still a 2/3 majority, so if something happens, you lose, you want to continue with that?
Yep.
Okay.
So, as mentioned, we are meeting as council, so these motions are binding as council.
Okay, that's fine, as long as I understand the rules.
Councilor Adair?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I may have a conflict of interest receiving the agenda yesterday, meant I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. So I'm not exactly sure when the Ontario Works budget will be presented, whether it's going to be today or next week. So whenever that happens, I will walk away.
Okay, thank you. If during this process, as we go through departments, people realize they have conflicts of interest, please notify the chair.
Great, thank you.
Presentations and reports.
We have one presentation and one report. We have our Chief Financial Officer with us this afternoon, and I believe Mrs. Bailey will present the budget, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Bailey.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the 2023 budget deliberations. Through you, Mr. Mayor. As noted by the mayor, we do have 5 scheduled budget meetings to review the 2023 budget submission. First meeting being this afternoon. We'll meet again on Wednesday and Thursday of next week, and then again Wednesday and Thursday of the following week. We have planned each of the meetings to start at 3 o'clock and end at approximately 8 o'clock with a half hour for dinner. The 2023 budget review will include this budget presentation followed by departmental presentations. Included in the 2023 budget book is an executive summary followed by departmental operating and capital budgets and additional information in appendices A through D. Over the next few budget meetings, the 2023 budget submission will be reviewed for the most part in order of the book. So each year, the CAO and city staff work together to prepare a preliminary budget for council review. The Financial Services Department coordinates the development of the budget document in conjunction with the city departments. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank staff from all city departments for the support they've given Financial Services in preparing the budget. I'd also like to thank Marie-France Walker, the city's new deputy treasurer, for her work on our first budget, and a special thanks to Paul Scrimshaw in that the 2023 budget is his 22nd budget to council and his last, as Paul will be retiring in the spring.
I think you might want to come back next year just to hang out, so just for fun, you know?
Presented on this slide is an overview of the topics that we will be discussed during this presentation, and it includes council's strategic plan, budget challenges and highlights, operating and capital budgets, long-term financial planning, asset management, borrowing, reserves, and property assessment and taxes. So in a mouthful, a lot of numbers. So I apologize now. When the city departments come to present, you'll hear about their services as it relates to their budget submission. So if you have any questions as we go through this presentation, please, through the chair, if you'd let us know. So following my presentation, managers will be providing council with operating changes in the 2023 budget when compared to 2022, and will also speak to each of their capital projects. On September 9th, 2019, council adopted its strategic plan for the years 2019 through 2022. Understanding that a strategic plan is not yet in place for this term of council, the development of the city's budget is based on the initiatives of this strategic plan and several supporting plans and documents. These plans and documents include the city's asset management plans, long-term financial plan, the financial condition assessment review, our development charges, background study, and several departmental master plans. The 2023 budget was developed to encourage progress towards the city's long-term financial goals of sustainability and provides for the numerous programs and services the city continues to deliver to our community every day. We do have challenges and risks that we want to bring to council's attention, and I'm sure you're well aware. The city is facing a number of pressures in its 2023 budget that are not unique to Cornwall. but are reflective of what is occurring in other municipalities and other sectors. The impact of these challenges will also be discussed as managers present their departmental budgets. Infrastructure backlog. As council is aware, the city owns and maintains more than $1 billion in assets. These assets continue to age and cost of maintenance increases. The 10-year capital plan is developed to identify and prioritize our infrastructure needs. The challenges to fund the capital backlog remain dependent on senior level government funding. Staffing resources. There are current and projected workforce shortages affecting many industries across Canada, including municipalities. Over the last few years, the city has seen a number of vacant positions posted and filled increase steadily. Staff have been discussing workforce planning and strategies to ensure continued current levels of service to our community. High inflation. The budget is presented during a time of extraordinarily inflationary pressures, which is affecting municipalities and residents alike. The increase in costs for goods and services and supply delays and shortages have impacted our 2022 budget and will continue to impact the 2023 budget. This includes items essential to operations such as fuel, chemicals, asphalt, medications, and contracted services, as well as our workforce. Managers will speak to the impact inflation and supply is having on their budgets. COVID-19 pandemic has presented many challenges in the workplace and our public facilities and in delivering city services. During the last 3 years, the city has responded to the changing environment and focused on service continuity and health and safety as our #1 priority. There has been no formal announcements at this time from higher levels of government for additional financial support that would help municipalities address the ongoing response and recovery efforts related to the pandemic for 2023. As noted, both the operating budget and capital budget have been prepared by city departmental staff and reviewed by the CAO and the senior team. This process begins in early September with the budget book provided to council in late December or early January. This slide provides the 2023 budget highlights. The city's 2023 operating budget is $214 million. Operating budgets funded from the tax base for city departments have increased by $4 million or 5.12% when compared to 2022. The 2023 capital budget is $36.9 million. Net capital budgets for city departments funded from the tax base have increased from just under $1.8 million to $2 million, an increase of just over $250,000 or 14.1%. The budget has been prepared with a tax levy of $84.7 million. This represents a tax levy increase of $4.3 million or 5.32%. Also included in the budget is supplementary taxation in the amount of $2.9 million. $1.8 million is growth. That is new assessment from 2022 that's been added to the 2023 tax roll. And the balance of $1.1 million is an estimated budget for growth added to the tax roll during 2023. The 2023 operating budget provides resources for our day-to-day costs of delivering municipal programs and services to residents. The following slides will provide further detail, but in summary, total revenue, that is the first row highlighted in blue, has increased by $15.1 million or 13.08% when compared to the 2022 budget. The second highlighted row shows that total expenditures are up by $16.5 million or 8.9% when compared to 2022. Including community partners and contributions to and from reserves, the city's net operating budget is $82.7 million. The city's net operating budget increased by $4 million or 5.12% when compared to 2022. One of the largest variances is in services and rents at $9.7 million, halfway down the slide, or a percentage increase of 27.37%. As noted on the right side of the slide, Most of this increase is related to the implementation of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program. This increase of $7.1 million is offset by ministry funding. There is also an increase of $925,000 for projects in housing services. Excluding the increase in children's services and housing services, services and rents increased by $1.6 million, or 4.66% for other city departments. The city is seeing an increase in its insurance premiums, again in 2023. The increase is just under $450,000, or 25.13%. Excuse me. So the city's operating revenue. Budgeting for revenues is generally more challenging than budgeting expenditures, as most revenues are tied to external factors. The city does budget on a 3-year average or trends, taking into consideration increases in user fees and charges. Overall, revenue for the city increased by $14.7 million, or 12.56% when compared to the 2022 budget. Payments in lieu, supplementary taxation, and growth together increased by $781,000, 22.81%. The 2023 budget includes $74.9 million in grant funding, an increase of $8.4 million, or 12.55% when compared to the 2022 budget. Revenue from the provincial and federal government funds approximately 34% of the city's operating budget. The increase in government funding for the most part is related to the $7.4 million in funding for children's services, including the funding for the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program at $7.1. The 2023 budget also includes additional funding from the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care for paramedic services at $740,000, and police services will receive additional funding of about $324,000 to offset costs incurred for providing security services at provincial courts, and funding for local priorities such as youth, crime reduction, and hate crimes. Also included in the provincial grants is funding from the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, we call that OMPF, the province's main general assistance grant to municipalities. The city will receive just over $4.6 million from OMPF in 2023 through the Assessment Equalization Grant component of the program. That is a minimal decrease of just over $10,000 when compared to the 2022 budget. The United Counties of SDG is a service manager for POA, or provincial offenses. Revenue has experienced decreases over the last few years. For 2023, the city's share is budgeted at $378,000, a decrease of $135,900 when compared to 2022. That is a number for our budget that we received from SDG, and that they had reported to the Joint Liaison Committee. The increase in other municipalities, $842,000, 8.17%, is related to changes in shared services. And that includes human services, Glenstore-Dunn Lodge, and paramedic services. They will be further discussed when department managers present their budgets. The user fees, other category, represents approximately 15% of the city's operating revenue. In 2023, user fees increased by $3.6 million, or 12.66%. This includes an increase of $1.3 million in investment income. The city is seeing much higher returns on its investments. There's also an increase of $726,000 in housing for rental, $407,000 in police services for secondment to OPP and in WSIB recoveries, and $831,000 in waste management for tipping fees and recycled materials. Increases to user fees and new fees included in the 2023 budget can be found on page 9 of the executive summary. These fees have been included in the budget submission. Following the approval of the budget, the city's clerk will bring the services subject to fees and charges bylaw to council for approval. Contributions from reserves decreased by $433,000, or 31.69%. This includes a decrease of $391,000 in housing, which would be offset with decreases in expenditures. The change in internal revenues when compared to 2022 budget of 1.4 million, or 23.25%. Internal revenue includes transfers between our divisions or departments within the city, where revenue is recognized in one department and an expenses recognized in another department, such as transfers between human services, which is an increase of 558,000. The variance also includes an increase of 204,000 for city equipment revenue charged to city departments from municipal works, and an increase of $162,000 for software and hardware departmental requirements, of which IT supplies to our city departments. Operating expenditures are costs associated with the delivery of services, including staffing, fuel, utilities, and contracted services. The operating budget also includes long-term debt charges, insurance, and financial transfers. Overall, operating expenditures increased by $18.7 million, or 9.56% when compared to 2022. The right side of the slide notes the dollar and the percentage changed by category. Salaries and benefits increased by 5.9 million, or 6.52%. So we'll be discussing changes in staffing on the next slide and through departmental presentations. Purchase of goods increased by 891,000, or 6.61%. Purchase of goods includes the purchase of items such as traffic and building materials, chemical supplies, medical supplies, fuel, computer hardware, parts and equipment, and utilities. For the most part, the increase stems from the increased cost in fuel. The budget for fuel increased by $406,000 when compared to the 2022 budget. In 2022, the city budgeted $1.10 a liter for fuel. The 2023 budget, we increased that by 20 cents, and we're budgeting at $1.30 a liter. The city has been averaging at about $1.38 a liter for unleaded and $1.77 per liter for diesel over the last several months. So there is a bit of a concern that we may have under budgeted for fuel. And as the city consumes approximately 720,000 liters of unleaded fuel and another 735,000 of diesel per year. So for every 1 cent we're off, it's about $14,000 variance to our budget. So if we're off 10 cents, it's about $145,000. Also included in the budget is an increase of $148,000 for food provisions at the Glensterdon Lodge, another increase that we're seeing due to inflation. The budget includes an increase of 9.7 million, or 27.37% in services and rents. Services and rents includes our contracted services, maintenance agreements, advertising costs, transfers related to human services, costs associated with arbitrations, negotiations, and internal city equipment rentals. As noted, most of the increase is related to the Canada-wide early learning and childcare program, and an increase in eligible childcare fees refunded. Other increases in services and rents are related to the increase of our curbside collection contracts at CPI, plumbing, heating, and AC services, and one-time project expenses planned at city facilities. Our long-term debt charges are estimated to decrease by just under $395,000, or 5.6%, and LTD will be discussed later in the presentation. As noted, the city will see an increase of $450,000, or 22.13% in our insurance premiums. This increase is the continued correction in the insurance market, and most of that is related to climate events. Financial is increased by $145,000, or just 0.36%. Financial includes expenditures such as transfers made by human services, transfers that we make through our CIP programs, and transfers to community partners. Also included is tax refunds under financial. The city has budgeted $1 million for tax refunds in 2023, the same amount it budgeted in 2022. This slide is a snapshot of changes in staffing complement for 2023. So when vacancies and retirements occur, when contract renewals come due, or when an operational efficiency or capacity matters present itself, administration revisits staffing, its staffing complement. This slide outlines staffing changes made during 2022 and included in the 2023 budget, and it's summarized as follows. Net to the corporation is an increase of 18 full-time employees and a decrease of 7,512 part-time hours, to a decrease of 2 contract positions and a decrease of 283 part-time election hours. The decrease in part-time hours is for the most part a conversion of part-time to full-time employees. The reduction of 2 contract position is also the conversion to full-time employees. There are 6 new full-time employees included in the 2023 budget. And these include 3 positions in financial services, the ITT Operations Support, ITT Cybersecurity Analyst, and an Insurance Claims Coordinator. We have a shift supervisor in transit services, an IPAC coordinator at the Glen Sturgeon Lodge. This is a mandatory position, and a commander at paramedic services. The IPAC coordinator and the Glen Sturgeon Lodge, at the Glen Sturgeon Lodge, and the commander at paramedic services are part of the city's shared services department and are therefore funded, or also funded by the province and SDG. As department managers present their operating budgets, they will describe any changes in staffing levels included in the 2023 budget. The capital budget funds the purchase, construction, and rehabilitation of the city's assets. The 2023 capital budget includes $36.9 million in capital works and asset replacement, including $2.3 million for a land mobile radio upgrade. We have $1.8 million for housing services, $482,000 for projects at our Glen Sturgeon Lodge. There's $875,000 investment in paramedic services, vehicles and equipment, $900,000 in municipal works fleet and equipment, $1.9 million investment in transit projects, $22 million in roads and transportation. This includes $15 million for the Nick Kineb Drive extension and $4.7 million for asphalt resurfacing. $4.2 million is included in the budget for city facilities and park repairs and upgrades. Capital requirements can and do change dramatically year to year, and therefore it's necessary for the city to have alternate funding sources, such as development charges, reserves, long-term borrowing, if it is appropriate, that it can utilize so that capital doesn't put pressure on the city's tax base. When compared to the 2022 capital budget of $21 million, the 2023 capital budget increased by $15.9 million. For the most part, this is the $15 million expansion of Nick Kineb, which will be funded by land sales in the area. Over the next few budget meetings, department managers will present to council the capital projects included in the 2023 budget for their respective departments. As noted, the 2023 capital budget includes $36.9 million in capital works and asset replacement. The 2023 budget includes 4 sources of funding for capital projects, as illustrated by the pie chart on the left side of the slide, including contributions from reserves at 59%, government funding at 24%, debt financing at 11%, and 6% of funding from property taxes. Capital projects can receive funding from a single source or through multiple funding sources. As illustrated in the chart on the right, funding to support the 2023 capital plan is from long-term debt of just under 3.9 million. Development charges will fund the fire master plan at 56,250, or part of the plan. 21.8 million will come from various city reserves, just over 308,000 from SDG for projects at the Glensterton Lodge and social housing, 2.8 million from the Canada Community Building Fund, 1.5 million in ISIP funding to support transit projects, OSIF funding in the amount of 4.1 million for asphalt resurfacing projects, and 460,000 of provincial funding. That includes 236 of Kochi infrastructure funding for social housing. The net balance of the capital plan that would be funded from taxation. So of the 36.9 million capital, 2 million would be funded from the tax base. The amount funded from the tax base is an increase of just over $250,000, or 14.1% when compared to the 2022 budget. In 2017, Council adopted a long-term financial plan for the city. The long-term financial plan is an important part of the budgeting framework. The long-term financial plan is one tool that Council can use to identify the impact of current and future decisions when setting priorities for our community. The model forecasts the city's operating and capital revenues and expenditures, and addresses in detail issues related to asset management, our reserves, debt management, our property taxes, as it relates to current levels of service and future growth. The chart on the screen, the highlighted in blue, the fourth line down, is a total levy, and it's presented for several years. The 2022 budget total levy is just under $80.5 million. The three columns for 2023, 24, and 25 under the title forecast in the middle of the page was presented to Council during the 2022 budget presentation. This forecasted our total levy at 84.1 million, 87.8 million, and 90 million for each of those years respectively, and presented a tax levy increase of 4.65 in 2023, 4.38% in 2024, and 2.56% in 2025. Presented in the column titled Submission 2023, which is outlined in the box, shows that the total levy for 2023 is 84.7 million, an increase of 680,000 from our forecasted plan. So we had forecasted a tax levy of 680,000 less than what we're presenting to Council today. In this same column, the net levy from the city's long-term financial plan that was completed in 2017 estimated that our 2023 levy would be at 85.5 million, actually 736,000 more than what we are presenting to Council today. The three columns at the right of the slide presents our reforecast. So every year we reforecast, and we're reforecasting for the years 2024, 25, and 26. The reforecast attempts to realign the projection to our long-term financial plan. The final column, year 2026 of the reforecast, shows that in 2026 we would be 67,810 above the estimated levy requirement to support priorities that we set for the municipal initiatives, programs, and services for both operating and capital. It is important to note that the city would not realize the benefit of tax levy that it did not collect in previous budget years. So depending on how the levy is approved, that variance is not, it's lost moving forward in subsequent years. Our long-term financial plan should be updated every 5 years, So we had a plan to update the long-term financial plan in 2022, but we didn't have the capacity to do that, so we're going to update the plan in 2023. It was a carry forward in the operating report approved by council. Asset management is a municipality's plan on how to manage its municipal infrastructure, so its capital assets, in order to provide services to residents and users in a way that meets their expectation and is financially sustainable into the future. In 2016, the city developed an asset management plan for city assets, and in 2022, the city completed an asset management plan for its core infrastructure assets. As noted in the chart on the left side of the slide, the city's assets supported by general taxation budget are estimated at $274.2 million in 2016 replacement dollars for buildings and the municipal fleet, and just under $583,000 in 2022 replacement dollars for core infrastructure assets. The city's assets includes 67 buildings. I'm just going to give you a list so that I'm sure you're well aware. 67 buildings, 275 kilometers of roads, 201 kilometers of sidewalks, 12 bridges, 302 small culverts, 13 large culverts, 26 retaining walls, 68 traffic signals, 5,447 streetlights, over 10,000 street signs, 45 kilometers of bike lanes, 189 kilometers of sidewalks, 40 parks and playgrounds, 42 kilometers of recreation paths, and more than 200 service support and emergency response vehicles, and which adds up to our plus billion of assets. In 2017, the province passed legislation through Ontario Regulation 588-17, Asset Management Planning for Municipalities. The goal of the regulation is to help improve municipalities in their planning for infrastructure based on the current and future service levels the municipality sets for itself. In accordance with the regulation, a strategic asset management policy was approved by Council in July 2019. This was the first step in a series of actions under OREG 588-17. Phase 2, which was completed in 2022, was to have an asset management plan for core assets, water, wastewater, stormwater assets, roads, bridges, and culverts. Phase 3, by July 1st, 2024, builds on Phase 2 and includes all city assets. And the city does have a project in its 2023 budget in order to meet this timeline. Phase 4, which is due by July 1st, 2025, builds on Phase 3, where plans shift from current levels of service to focus on proposed levels of service and related life cycle management and financial strategies for all assets, including consultation with the public. Also in 2025, municipalities are to update their asset management policy. We'll talk on the next few slides on long-term borrowing. The city's existing debt obligation is $47.1 million at January 1st, 2023. It requires an annual payment of $8.2 million in principal and interest. Ontario Regulation 40302 permits a maximum of 25% of own source revenues to be used to fund principal and interest charges for debt. Own source revenue is revenue that the city is able to generate on its own, such as property taxes, user fees and charges, interest income. Based on the 2020 FIR, the city's financial information return, the city's own source revenues totaled just over $126 million. In order for debt to be affordable and sustainable, the city is following a policy recommendation in the long-term financial plan that sets a maximum annual repayment limit of 10% of own source revenue, and not the 25% outlined or provided for through Ontario Regulation 40302. The table on this slide provides the city's self-imposed debt limit of 10% and the 25% debt limit set by the province. So the city has utilized $8.2 million, or 65% of the $12.6 million debt limit it has set for itself. The city has used 8.2 million, or 26% of the 31.5 million debt limit set by the province. This slide illustrates annual principal and interest payments for 2023 and their respective funding sources or sources. As noted, the city's long-term debt at January 1st, 2023 is 47.1 million. Illustrated in the highlighted blue column, the city plans to borrow 36.9 million during 2023. This includes borrowing for capital projects already approved by council through previous budgets. As noted in the last column, based on current debt, new debt, and the retirement of debt, the 2023 budget includes payments estimated at 8.6 million. 6.9 million of this would be in principal and 1.7 million in interest. The 8.6 million in principal and interest is funded through various sources. These are noted on the right side of the slide. So 3.6 million is funded by the tax base as described in the list provided. Just under 795,000 of principal and interest payments are for transit services and is funded by both the provincial gas tax at 437,000 and through the tax base at 358. The Ministry of Health will not fund capital for paramedic services. The facility is owned by the city and leased to paramedic services. Both the lease and the amortization and interest for ambulances purchased by long-term borrowing are funded 50% by the Ministry of Health, 30% by SDG, and the city contributes 20% from its tax base. Principal and interest payments of just under 720,000 for the Benson Center are supported by the Progress Fund in the amount of 420,000, with the balance of 299,000 supported by the tax base. The city borrowed for both the Justice Building and a library HVAC units. Principal and interest payments of 221K are funded from the building reserve. The city plans to borrow for a backup generator and air handling units for the Glen Sturgeon Lodge and 12.6 million for the 9th Street build for human services. As outlined in the water and wastewater budget presentation, wastewater capital projects are funded by wastewater billings and water capital projects are funded by water billings. So when we're taking a look at the city's ARL, we need to include inclusively our general taxation projects and our water wastewater. So it's one city that reports on our financial information return. So approximately 53.2% of the city's annual budget is of the city's annual debt is funded by the tax base. 22.7% from wastewater billings, 1.4% from water billings, and 22.7% from other revenue sources. So a little more on the city's annual repayment limit. So 2 slides ago, we discussed the city's annual repayment limit as it related to our debt limits. This slide describes the city's remaining capacity to take on debt. So if the city borrows at 5% for a term of 20 years, as prescribed under the Ontario Regulation 40302, the city can borrow an additional $308.8 million to a total of just over $351 million based on the regulation. So this would equate to just under $25 million additional dollars of annual principal interest charges to a total of $31.5 million. So now we understand why we put a limit of 10%, because those numbers are quite large and possibly unaffordable. This debt limit decreases, though, if the term is, this debt limit will decrease, meaning there will not be those available dollars if the term is shorter than 20 years But if the city borrows at lower interest rates than 5%, the limit will increase. So there's a little bit of variability in there. Over the past couple of years, interest rates have been very low. In December, the city borrowed just under $3.8 million at an average of 4.7%, and those rates were the highest we've seen in years, and still were pretty good rates for December, understanding that rates have started to increase, and we suspect will continue to increase in 2023. In the table, the city's self-imposed debt limit of 10% would allow the city to borrow 40.3 million additional funds to a total of 83 million. This would require 5.8 million additional dollars of annual principal and interest charges to a total of 12.6 million. So this slide provides an illustration of that, and out to 2032 based on our 10-year capital plan. So this slide compares the forecasted principal and interest payments to debt repayment limits established by the province and the city for the years 2023 through 2032. The purple line represents the province's debt ceiling for the city at 25% of own source revenue. And the yellow line represents the city's debt ceiling at 10% of own source revenue, which is estimated at 12.9 million in 2023 and indexed 2% per year to 2032. In addition to the existing debt of 47.1 million, approval has been granted to issue debt for prior year capital projects in the amount of 102.4 million. This unissued approved debt will be included in future debt issuance as expenditures are incurred and projects are completed. Though the city currently remains within its annual debt and financial obligation, the city will be financing a few major projects over the next several years. These include the Municipal Works Yard, a fire station, an arts center, our water meters, and housing developments on 9th Street and Pitt Street North. Based on the 10-year capital plan to 2032, the city plans to finance 64.1 million in capital works and asset replacement. Through these projects, or though these projects are included in the chart to be financed, the city does hope to secure senior levels of government funding for some of these projects, but we do not want to include that and then that not come to pass. So the bars on the chart illustrate by fund, so taxation in green, wastewater in orange, and water in blue, the annual debt repayments as the city borrows and pays down debt. You'll note that the city will surpass its 10% debt repayment ceiling in 2026 at about 2 million based on our current borrowing plan. In the 2023 budget, the city is planning to fund 3.9 million of capital through debt. This includes 2.3 million for the land mobile radio upgrade, $750,000 for the Menard the Menard Park splash pad, and $525,000 for pool basin repairs, and transit capital at $265,000. It is a recommendation of the long-term financial plan that debt financing be used for projects that involve significant capital dollars greater than 2.5 million and have a life cycle of greater than 20 years. More specifically, debt financing should only be used for those new non-reoccurring infrastructure requirements and facilities. So we're not there yet, but definitely making great progress to achieve that goal that has been noted in our long-term financial plan. So one of the financial policies that we've been working on is a recommendation that over the 10-year period, the city would shift its capital funding from debt financing to reserve funding based on life cycle costing. And the city's goal would be to have a financial state where debt financing is a last resort for one-time capital projects. So you'll notice that a lot of our capital is funded from reserves because we're making contributions to reserves in order to start that cycle. To meet the requirements of Regulation 40302 under the Municipal Act, a report outlining the city's outstanding debt and debt limits are reported to council annually. The report is presented to council at the same time that we present our financial statements. The city has established reserve and reserve funds for the purpose of addressing long-term financial strategies and to ensure good financial and cash management for ongoing financial stability of the corporation. In short, reserves provide flexibility to manage the financial needs of the city. Appendix B of the budget book provides a detail of contributions to and from reserves planned for 2023. So the city holds about $70 million in its reserves. It does sound like a lot of money, but we are a very, very big corporation. Approximately 5.2 million is in operating reserves. Just 8 million is in capital reserves. 51.3 is in restricted reserves, where funding is provided by the municipality. And 4.9 million is in restricted reserves, where funding is provided externally. In 2023, the city plans to withdraw 36.3 million and contribute 35.7 million to its reserves, an estimated decrease in reserves of just over $527,000. A little bit more detail on the city's reserve and reserve funds. The three charts on this slide provide a comparison of the city's current reserve position to the long-term financial plan from 2023 through to 2026. The first chart provides a comparison of operating reserves. Operating reserves are established for operational purposes and typically carry balances to fund items that occur that were not planned or budgeted. Operating reserves would include our working reserve, tax stabilization reserve, and winter control reserve. Our operating reserves are trending below the targeted balances of the long-term financial plan. This is primarily due to payments required to cover outstanding tax refunds from previous years related to assessment appeals. The city had committed to repay working reserves over the next several years. The remaining balance to pay to working reserves is just under $800,000. It is important to note that the city has not included a contribution to working reserves in the 2023 budget to pay this down. The middle chart provides a comparison for capital reserves. Capital reserves are to be used to accumulate funds over time to replace and maintain infrastructure and to purchase capital assets such as equipment, vehicles, machinery. Capital reserves would include our equipment and vehicle reserve, our building reserve, land reserve, our waste management capital reserve, and our road infrastructure reserve. Over the next 4 years, capital reserves are above the balance projected in the long-term financial plan. This is mainly for two reasons. In 2019, DFA Infrastructure International completed a full cost accounting analysis and financial sustainability plan for the city's landfill. To support this plan, the city is carrying approximately $1 million more in this reserve, as additional funding will be required in years to come to support both waste diversion and disposal and the implementation of an organics program for the city. The city is also holding approximately $1.4 million more in its land reserve than we expected. These funds are earmarked for the Nick Kaneb Drive Extension road construction project in the business park. The chart on the right provides a comparison for restricted reserves. restricted reserves are used for identified purposes and are funded from specific revenue sources, such as the building surplus reserve, our brownfield reserve, our landfill closure, post-closure reserve, WSIB's estimated future cost benefits reserve, our parking fund reserve. Restricted reserves may have varying target balances depending on the programs and initiatives that we set. The balance of the Local Housing Capital Reserve Fund was not projected in the long-term financial plan, and it's currently at $4.1 million. Information from the asset management plan to be completed by July 2024 will help the city understand the funding required to support its housing portfolio. The balance of the building surplus reserve is more than the projection from the long-term financial plan at $1.7 million. Building services is self-funding, so the reserve holds any annual surpluses or deficits. So building services, if it has a great year in building permits and has a surplus, those monies go into the reserve. If we're on a downward trend and we have a deficit, we pull money from the reserve to support the building department. To manage our reserves and reserve funds, to ensure the appropriate use and to foster our long-term planning of city funds, the city maintains its reserve funds in accordance with our reserve and reserve fund policy. The reserve and reserve fund policy ensures that annual reporting does happen every year to council. That too occurs at the same time as the city presents its financial statements. The annual report is to provide an update on the balance of reserves, how they compare to our target funding levels established in policy, and recommend to council plan to work towards achieving our targeted balances. The 2016 reassessment, so in 2016, reassessment set property values for 2017, 18, 19, 20 property tax years. The year 2020 was the final year of this 4-year phase-in. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ontario government has indicated that property assessments for 2023, like 2021 and 2022 tax years, will continue to be based on the fully phased-in January 1st, 2016 value. So what that means is that the role for municipalities is in such a way that it's valued at January 1st, 2016 values. And it was phased in to 2020, and we've continued to use those values. So it's not at market value. So any homes or properties coming onto a municipal roll will be discounted to 2016 values. Any renovations, et cetera, that are done will be discounted to 2016 values, just to ensure that there is continuity across all of the tax roll. So this chart on this slide compares the 2022 assessment to the 2023 assessment by property class. The city's assessment has changed by $85 million. There has been very little net change in the impact market assessment. So that's the second column in from the right. The changes stem from various year-end changes to the city's tax roll and in property valuations through minutes of settlement. The change of $953,000 in farm, so pretty big change for the city since we're an urban community, was a tax class change from residential to farm. The increase of $85 million is related to assessment growth on our roll. So $34.6 million in residential class is for new developments in various neighborhoods. $8.9 million in multi-residential class is for new build on 2nd Street West. The assessment in The commercial class increased by 40.3 million. This includes the addition to the Shoppers Distribution Center, new storage building, and other smaller builds and renovations. The assessment in the industrial class increased by just under 950,000. This is related to municipal land in the business park that was sold and is no longer exempt from taxes. Pipeline increased by $320,000 from secondary structures added on property owned by Union Gas. In 2023, the city is not seeing substantial shifts in property taxes, yes, between its classes. This chart provides a breakdown of taxes by property class. The residential class is the city's largest class. In 2023, the city will collect $47.5 million in taxes from the residential class, an increase of $3.2 million. The city collects $5.7 million from the multi-residential class. In 2018, pursuant to Ontario Regulation 6517, the city had been decreasing its multi-residential ratio. OReg 6517 prescribed a maximum ratio threshold of 2.0, and the city was above that. So we were one of the municipalities that had to start to decrease our ratio. And that class was subject to a full levy restriction, meaning that we could not increase their current ratio until it was below 2. So since 2008, we have been applying this restriction. In 2021, the city's ratio for the multi-residential class dropped below 2.0. It was 1.991706. But in order to further reduce the ratio, we have continued to hold or freeze this class, and administration is recommending again that the city continue to freeze the municipal portion of the multi-residential tax rate. Using this strategy, the multi-residential ratio will continue to decrease, supporting council's strategic initiative for affordable housing. The result is that any tax increases or reassessment related tax shifts are prevented in this class and are taken on by the other classes. So the city now has 2 developments in the new multi-residential class, and once complete, Prime Square on the corner of Pitt and 2nd and both housing builds on 9th Street and Pitt Street North will also be added to this class. The city levies taxes for properties in the new multi-residential class at the same rate as residential, so 1-to-1 ratio. The commercial class is the city's second largest class. In 2023, the city collected $29.4 million in taxes from the commercial class, an increase of $2.7 million. The city collects $3.5 million from the industrial class, an increase of $158,000. And the chart on the bottom of the slide estimates that the 2023 municipal taxes for the average residential home assessed at $176,700 would be just over $2,916. The average annual increase of about $150.77, or 5.45% when compared to 2022. As noted, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ontario government will hold the 2023 assessments at the fully phased-in January 1st, 2016 values. Changes to the assessment roll will include new growth and development from the 2022 year and any renovations made to the current properties discounted to the 2016 values. It will also include changes in assessment related to...
Sorry, Ms. Bailey, 1 second. Councillor Hollingsworth?
Okay, quick question on this slide so that I understand. So does that mean, make sure I get this right. So the property values in the city of Cornwall have gone up considerably, probably over, let's say, the last 2 or 3 years, correct?
Correct.
Ballpark, it doesn't matter what the number is. So does this mean that when we, assess our tax revenues, we're basing it on 2016 values and not 2023 values?
Correct.
So so technically speaking then, even though, so the rate of inflation is running, I don't know, 6% or 6.5% or what the number was, and last year it was at some point close to 8. So even though our property values have gone up, we don't generate any new revenue because our property values are being held 7 years behind the times. Is that making sense?
So the formula is assessment times tax rate
Right.
to collect the levy that you need. So because everything new to the roll is also discounted to 2016 values, there's a fairness there. So somebody building a house today isn't paying at 515,000 when somebody's.
I understand the rationale.
So technically what's happening, in order to generate your levy, because your house values have not increased to the market values, your tax rate has increased. So if we did have a roll at 20, well, we would never have
Say
a roll at
2021
2023, but
or
let's say
something
we
like
were phasing in the next roll, and our property values were higher, our tax rate should come down.
So
Because the end number is what you need to generate. So what do you need to run the city is this number. So if your roll says this, your property, your tax rate needs to be this.
So in essence, we are taxing at a 2023 rate, but our revenue stream is being generated at a 2016 rate.
The roll that we're using is 2016, but there's not there's no difference. Like it doesn't matter, right? Like it's a little bit difficult to explain. But if our roll is at 2016, our tax rate is this amount of money in order to collect these dollars.
Right.
If our roll were at 2022, it would be higher. So our tax rate should be lower in order to collect the same dollars.
I guess where I'm going with this is that the public sees a 5.5% tax increase. But part of our problem is that we're not able to tax based on current values, we're taxing based on 7-year-old values. Therefore, logically, the tax rate wouldn't conceivably, or the tax increase wouldn't conceivably be as high if we were allowed to tax on current values versus 7-year-old values. Is that making?
So if the city is collecting $80 million in levy,
Yep.
and it wants to collect $83 million in tax levy, the difference between those numbers is the same, no matter what you're using here. So let's say that we were using an assessment roll that had market values. It wouldn't matter to the taxes that are levied, because the calculation happens on the front end of the formula, not on the back end.
Good talk.
I can,
Good question.
is that okay?
It's not completely, but I don't want to waste council, so we'll have a chat.
What I'll do is I will think about it myself, and I'll bring something back that explains it
I
better.
guess- and I'll leave it with this. If I'm assessing a 5.5% tax increase on a $250,000 property that today is currently retailing at $450,000, technically speaking, I should be making more money, right?
You would if one of those numbers changed and the other one didn't. So if you kept that percentage at 5 or 5.5,
5.5, whatever the number is.
right? And you had 200,000 here at 5.5, and you needed to collect this, and now it's 450, and you didn't change your 5.5, you're gonna collect more money. But we don't wanna collect that amount of money, like
My point is, if it was $450,000 to generate enough money to run the city, we wouldn't have to raise it at 5.5. But because we're assessing at 2016 values to meet the budget, we have to raise our percentage increase to generate the same amount of revenue.
I'd have to
Like
say
I said, I won't
no.
take, well,
What I'll do is, there's actually like this,
let's put it this way, how it's being explained to me is not making sense to me. How about we go with that? Now, I'm an English teacher, not a math teacher, so maybe I'm not getting it.
There he is.
But that's just not making any sense to me, so rather than consume everybody's time, you
What
and
I
I
will
perhaps
do,
over a soda pop or something can make this make sense.
what I will
me
do
to
is
that
I'll
meeting.
send a short little video where somebody is putting the numbers on a lined piece of paper, and it explains how those things relate to one another.
Fair enough.
While we're at it, the assessment's always been peeved. We used 176, and I have friends who have done better in life than I have, and live in houses, and they're paying $5,000 a year in taxes, and they're saying, you know, that assessment's way off. You want to get? We say it's only a $150 increase, and they say, not for me, it isn't. And there's a lot of people out there like that. So I'd like to see.
So their home valued at 350 on the assessment roll probably could sell for 610. So that's what I mean. Like, our roll says that if you take all of our properties, this is the average.
I get that, but you know, every house that's been built in the last 4 years is worth more than $450,000. What I'm getting at is I'm saying my tax bill went up 3 times that or twice that, and yet you're trying to tell us that they don't worry about it. It's only a $150 a year increase, and they're saying no.
So it isn't. It isn't a $150 increase for everyone in
no.
our community. We have another slide that shows a
Yeah.
little bit where that average of $150.77 comes from. I believe it's the next one. I'll get there
Okay.
in 2 minutes. Okay. Changes to assessment roll, yes, they include growth, of the city's 16,254 residential properties, 97.1% or 15,781 properties did not have an assessment change. 150 new residential properties were added to the 2023 tax roll, and 323 residential properties had an assessment change to existing properties as a result of renovations or building additions, etc. So this is a chart detailed by property type for those 15,781 residential properties with no assessment change. So the city has 10,275 single-family homes representing 65.1% of the portfolio. The average assessment year to year remains unchanged at 178,550. Based on the 2023 budget, the average taxes for this group would increase by $152.69 or 5.45%. This same information is provided for the varying residential types. Single-family detached and semi-detached homes represent, so the two first on the chart represents 74.8% of the portfolio of residential properties. The estimated increase in taxes is between $145 and $153. Based on these 15,781 properties, the average municipal tax increase is $150 or 77 cents, or 5.45%. Our community partners. So the city supports many organizations who provide programs and services to our community. Funding support for community partners are local initiatives where agreements or memorandums of understanding are in place. This chart provides past approved budgets for community partners and the 2023 budget submission. The library's 2023 operating budget submission increased by $45,234, or 2%, when compared to 2022. In 2023, the capital requirement for the library is $150,000, and it will be funded through the municipal building reserve. The library's budget is detailed on page 198 of your budget book. Funding from the municipality for the Eastern Ontario Health Unit and the Raisin Region Conservation Authority is regulated through the province. The 2023 budget for the Cornwall Regional Airport was included at $110,126. This is the same amount the city budgeted in 2022. The Airport Commission is currently finalizing their 2023 budget submission. We do have a memorandum of understanding with the Historical Society. The 2023 budget of $151,309 is the same as the 2022 budget. The 2023 budget continues to support the Eastern Ontario Regional Networks Broadband Internet Access Project and the Cell Gap and Capacity Project. The city's commitment is $28,369 per year to 2026, and this amount is to pay back working reserves. So we've paid for this project, and now we're paying back working reserves. During the 2021 budget meetings, Council approved support to the Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network in the amount of $25,000 per year from 2021 through to 2023, and that's subject to an annual presentation and financial report to Council. Funding for 2023 has been included in the budget at $25,000. The Municipal Grants Program offers a number of funding opportunities each year for the purpose of starting and/or supporting community-based initiatives. Such events would include festivals, projects, and other programs. The Municipal Grants Review Committee has not met yet to review the 2023 applications. The annual budget is set aside for this program per policy at $170,000, and that would include 123 plus a 2022 carry forward of $47,000. And we also have $30,000 for signature events that were approved by council. That includes the triathlon, the Dragon Boat Race, and the Optimist Club Rip Fest.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Gardner.
I just have a question. Yeah, in the community partners, I didn't want to interrupt you. The Eastern Ontario Health Unit is showing a submission of $757,000. However, this morning at our meeting, we still haven't gotten the provincial funding, so was that just a guesstimate, or?
Correct. So we put in, understanding that it's regulated, that it needs to be included in the municipality's budget. We added a percentage increase over 2022 budget that was approved. So we're waiting on that budget from the Eastern Ontario Health Unit. We did receive the Raisin Region Conservation Authority budget today, actually, and so we overestimated by $2,700. So that is something that we can remove from the budget, though it's not a lot.
We're looking at about a 2% increase.
Big time, baby.
Pardon?
Figured around a 2% increase.
So we included a 2% increase, so
okay.
hopefully it'll come in close.
Thank you.
So the mayor asked that we provide council a summary of what a property owner would pay considering both property taxes and water and wastewater billings. It is important to note that there would be numerous variations depending on the value of a property and the number of fixtures a property has. So for comparison purposes, we used the 3 sample properties from the 2023 water wastewater budget. So in December, council approved the city's water wastewater budget at a 2.99% increase. This increase equated to an increase of $21 to $30 per house per year based on the number of fixtures. The 2023 general taxation budget is presented with an increase of 5.45%. So for the 3 sample properties, the billings for taxes and water and wastewater charges would increase by approximately 4.9% if they're combined. to about $144 to $216. No questions on this slide? Good. The city raises funds through property taxes to help fund the public services that it delivers to residences and businesses. This pie chart we use to provide as a visual of what services and programs are funded by the property tax dollars that the city collects.
Councillor McIntosh?
Oh, when it comes to police services, we have no control over that at all. There's a misconception in the public out there that we can tell them, go back and cut. We can't do that, can we?
The council can't. Did you want to comment, Mr. Mayor?
My understanding from the police board is that we can't cut specific items, but we can remove dollar amounts from the police budget.
I'll let them
Yes.
Normally, or at least the last few years, police services has not presented to council, but the police chief will be here on Wednesday of next week to present the police budget. Any questions? If there are,
I didn't want to stop you while you were in the middle of your presentation. I just noticed a discrepancy. So page 21 of the presentation looks at total assessment value by property class. And page 7 of the budget report also has pretty much the same table here. There's a discrepancy between in the residential and multi-residential, both the 2022 assessment and the 2023 assessment. The totals are the same, so I'm just not sure which one is actually using the correct dollar figures, if it's the presentation or if it's the report.
so page 21 and page 7?
Yeah.
I'll take a look at that.
Thank you.
And I will definitely get back to you.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
One quick question, Tracy, I think I know the answer. 1% represents what, $820,000?
About 800.
Councillor McIntosh?
Tracy, last budget, insurance went up $250,000. It's gone up $450,000 this time around. There's a trend there. They call it a correction, I call it an increase.
Yeah.
Most people do call it an increase. There's a trend there, isn't there?
For the last 3 years, the city has seen increases in its insurance, not unlike any other municipality and possibly every other sector, because of the liability that, for general liability that we're seeing and property, fires and floods. It's not what happens in our community that affects our insurance premiums.
Yeah.
It's what happens in Canada and in the world.
Really hard to budget for, I guess where I'm coming from, it's really difficult to budget
Yeah.
this kind of thing. The OMERS, part-time employees can now opt into the OMERS pension plan. I was going through the Sault Ste. Marie budget this morning, and their increase was $450,000
I don't know what
in
our increase.
OMERS payments.
In OMERS payments?
Yeah.
I don't know what increase it is for the city of Cornwall for our
There will be an
part-time.
increase.
There will be an increase,
Okay.
yes.
On the gas tax, do we pay HST? On fuels, rather? When we
On-
purchase fuel?
When we purchase fuel, we pay taxes like anyone else purchasing fuel.
Okay. Okay. On the debt financing, you mentioned that we have some big ticket items coming up in the next few years.
Yes.
Fire station, wouldn't that be coming up this year or next year?
So the city will borrow when it incurs expenditures, so it will be coming up. Perhaps I'm sure that the chief will be speaking to that whenever he presents his budget. When construction starts and we start incurring expenses, will we borrow in 2023? Perhaps not. We may
Okay.
only start to borrow in 2024.
Okay. Same with meters,
Correct,
same with the Arts Center?
correct.
Okay. Okay. Do we get interest on reserves?
We, only certain reserves, no, we get interest on all of our cash, no matter if it's sitting in a bank account or if it's invested. But we do record interest in, to the reserve if it's a reserve fund. So if it's a reserve fund, you'll see in our reserve schedule, interest earned.
Okay. Do we take it out on 110 days, or
Take out,
do we lock it in for like 110 days, or?
normally for a year.
For a year, okay.
We rotate our GICs.
Okay, so I understand the interest rate right now about 4.95.
Interest, the last time the city went out with, I think it was a $10 million, we got 6.02.
Yeah, I didn't have 10.
Pardon?
I didn't have 10 million. Okay, thanks, Tracy.
Counselor Hollingsworth and Counselor Gardner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sure it's in there, but I don't know. How much are we getting in return currently, approximate on the reserves that we do get some interest on? What kind of number? are we getting?
I would have to add that together. I'm sure that if we go to the reserve section of the book, we earn on our restricted reserves. One second, sorry. For instance, our water wastewater reserve will earn about 106, wastewater another 100, building services 43, et cetera. So, in maybe 500,000 added together.
So we don't have a percentage return.
Actually, Paul, what we do is we gross up our income, our investment income, and then we have a contribution to reserves for that, so we can get you that number.
Whenever. The other question I want to ask, in terms of when we invest money that we're saving, so we're collecting money, we have a reserve, we stash it somewhere, do we have any wiggle room that we have? Like, typically, I guess we're gonna go to a bank and get a GIC or whatever and leave it there. Can we do anything else outside of that from the municipal act? Did we say, hey, look, there's a really, now, don't get excited, everyone here, but there's, geez, this really great mutual fund, why don't we sink some cash into that? Do we have any legal ability to do anything like that?
We don't have any ability to invest outside of very strict policies that are in place. A couple of years ago.
Now, are those policies city policies or
No.
provincial legislation?
Correct.
Okay.
A couple of years ago, they did allow municipalities that met a certain criteria. It's called a prudent investor program, to expand on that a little bit. The city of Cornwall doesn't qualify. We just don't have the money to qualify. We can, though, join with other municipalities in order to build enough money, but then you need to set up a board and all of that for us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Counselor Gardner.
Tracy, last fall, in the fourth quarter financials, I asked you about a $540,000 surplus that we had, I believe you said in finance. In finance.
450 in financial services?
540,000 was the exact amount that we had in a surplus. So I said to you at the time, I'll get back to you in the 2023 budget when we start. I'm just wondering if that just went poof into a reserve, because at the time I asked if that would be going into a reserve. And you didn't answer, or you sort of left it at depending on what happens the rest of the year is where you left it.
So there could never be a $550,000 surplus in financial services in our department. So I'm not sure exactly what that question was about, but in our third quarter financial report to council, the city had a surplus, or was estimating a surplus of just under $1 million in various departments. I'm just gonna look at we did have 570,000
That's what it was, yeah.
in interest revenue, so that's non-departmental. So we're estimating, collecting about, or earning 570,000 more in investment income, and that made up more than half of that surplus that we estimated.
Where does that end up?
So at the end of the year, administration will bring a report to council and will recommend contributions to different reserves based on where the need is. And so that report would be coming to council probably in June with our financial statements.
Okay, remember specifically saying something to the effect that maybe we could use that in our 2023 tax base to pay off whatever we owe. So anyway, good. So it went into specific reserves.
If the city, I suspect the city will have a surplus at the end of 2022, and a report will come to council. The city has to balance its budget. It can't have a surplus. What we do is we contribute that surplus to reserves, and we'll recommend what reserves that surplus can go to. Of course, I'll caution council about taking money from reserves to balance the budget, especially our capital reserves, because what we've seen in 2022 is, and I'm sure you've seen it too in reports to council, we've come to council with tenders and RFPs, and we were short in our budget. And so we asked for the balance of it to be funded from reserves. And so that's why we have those reserves there. When the need arises, we can still move forward with our
No, I agree with that, because our auditors have always told us that we're low on reserves to keep building it up, so thank you for the answer.
You're welcome.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Ms. Bailey, I'm really pleased to see the part-time hours being translated into full-time hours. What's the rule of thumb? Roughly how many part-time hours make a full-time job?
It depends on the position. So most of our employees are 1,820 hours. We have employees that work 40 hours a week, that's 2080. We have other employees that work 42 hours, and that's 2194, roughly. So it varies.
So what would be kind of an average rule of thumb for?
We use the 2080 for the most part.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Gunjo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation. A few questions, please. The first one is about the gas. I would like to know, we have one supplier or many suppliers?
We go out for a supplier through a procurement process, so we have one supplier during that term.
So I suppose that the suppliers is the lowest one price that we can get in the market?
Yes, and it's based on the rack rate. So everyone, every supplier bases their quote on that, and it's discounted. Perhaps, Mr. Fothrop, did you want to add more?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It's based off the RACS rate in our competitive procurement process.
Thank you very much. If I understand this graphic, so I see some percentage. I would like to know how the percentage are defined. Do you decide that the police service will get 23%? So this is an example, right? And I would like just to understand how this percentage were allowed, please.
So the proposed tax dollars at work slide?
Yes.
So how that is calculated is every department has revenue it collects and expenditures, and the balance comes from the tax base. Some of our departments are self-funding, like the Building Services Department, which means that the revenue it collects is what it spends, or there's a contribution to or from its reserve. Tourism is a balanced budget right now with the MAT revenue. So for every department that requires an amount from taxation, it adds up to $2,917 for the average property owner. And of that, based on what, and we'll use police services as an example, based on the percentage of police services compared to all of the other departments that require money from the tax base, of that 217, $685 of that will be to support police services. 357 will support fire services, 344 will support recreation and facilities, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. So is there a way to rebalance to?
The only way to rebalance, and maybe rebalance is not the word, is if you, as council, remove money from one of the departments.
For example, yes?
It would rebalance, right? Like, as an example, financial services, we are part of corporate services, $261,000. If you take anything out of corporate services, we will not represent $261,000 any longer. We'll represent something different because the $2,917 will have fallen.
Yes, thank you. My point is, it's about social and family service. It's 10%, 10-1. And honestly, I found that it's very low.
So, social and family services is quite fortunate that they are very heavily funded. So where our other departments don't have a lot of revenue sources, social and family services do. So they may have a budget of $42 million. I'm not sure where it's at right now, but it's possible that more than half of that is funded, actually probably closer to 90% of it is funded. And so their 10% is only what our community needs to pay, not what we're spending on the service.
Okay, thank you very much. Last question. The 540, on this one, the 545% that the new rate that we have compared to other city, where are we located? Are we high, low, or medium?
I had an opportunity to go online to take a full-scale look at where other municipalities are coming in, especially because right now a lot of them are doing the same thing we're doing right now, is where they're presenting their budgets to council. So we heard, I'm sure you saw in the paper, that SDG upper tier came in at 3.72%. Now that's one part of the bill, though. So depending on where the lower tiers come in, it could be around the 3.7%, or it could be higher if the lower tier comes in at a higher rate. And I understand that in the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus group, that half of them have approved their budgets between 3.81% and 7.9%. And the group is between 4.61% and 10.3%. So the tax bills going out to our neighboring communities, the upper tier portion of that tax bill has been set, but not the lower tier yet. Now, I do know that Chatham-Kent has approved their budget, 5.64% or $178. City of Burlington approved at 7.52%. City of Guelph approved at 4.46%. The City of Pembroke, 2.95, quite low. But I haven't yet seen our comparable municipalities. So I haven't seen what Kingston is at, what North Bay's at, what Peterborough and Belleville are at yet. So as I get that information, I'll definitely share it with council. But what we are seeing, City of Pembroke, pretty low. That's great. I'm not sure how they've done that, but that's wonderful. What we are seeing is the 4.5% to 6% range.
And do you think 4%, for example, meaning decreasing these 45 till 4% or 3% will have a bad impact in this budget?
So the budget is based on a level of service set by council, and to reduce that, we would have to see where those reductions are coming from. So we just talked about community partners as an example, and I know based on the applications that we received that if the committee, once those applications have been reviewed, if they approve every application in full, there's going to be a $50,000 savings in that envelope. Will I propose that council remove that $50,000? Absolutely. Why not, right? We know that it's a surplus now without even reviewing the applications. So that is one thing that would not affect a service level. The other item that we're looking at right now, understanding that this is the 6th year that the tax roll has remained the same, means that there's probably not a lot of requests for reconsideration of property tax values. And so there's a possibility that we may reduce our tax write-offs. So we budget $1 million every year. Every year we come in at about that. We're probably trending a bit low in 2022. We expect the same in 2023. If we remove, and don't quote me on this number yet, $200,000 from that budget, that will not affect service level for our community. But other reductions, depending on what they are, would.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Bailey.
Councillor Good, I'll remind you to direct your questions through the chair, please. So
my
I'll recognize you
apologies.
now, Councillor Good, and Councillor Gardner.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I have a question in regards to the multi-residential class and the reduction of the ratio of taxes. So I see that it's provincial regulation from 2018 or 2017, and that the ratio will continue to decrease supporting council's strategic initiative for affordable housing. And my question is in regards to how that's actually translating. I mean, we've seen, a large transfer of ownership from, some of our multi-residential units in town to newer developers and huge increases in rents. So I'm wondering, given that we are under the 2% ratio here, are their taxes lower than they ought to be? And I don't know what, a 0.07% increase, bringing it just up to 2% to meet that ratio, what that would translate to in terms of revenue. But is that even a possibility that we could humor?
It is. We are under the 2.0 ratio now. Most municipalities are trying to reduce that ratio or if they haven't already. There's some that have brought it 1-to-1 in order to support their strategic planning for affordable housing. What we see in our multi-residential class is that most of it is our own portfolio because of Cornwall Area Housing Corporation. So if we are going to reduce, our budget is going to reduce, so there's not a lot of change within our own city budget. But definitely, we would hope that those changes to those properties that are not owned by the city, that they, through a competitive process, would be realized by the tenants. We would hope. Market plays a big role, right? And more housing units means that we would have more availability and not as much competition.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to Mr. Clark. Going through this book, and then again today it was confirmed that we've hired 18 new people, full-time people. Does the city do an audit on the amount of work that each person should be doing? I would like to see an audit come in. If you're not doing it already, I'd like to see somebody come in, a corporation or a company come in and do an outside audit so that we get a different look at what the city looks like in terms of hiring personnel, and do we need them?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So no, we do not do that. The straight and direct answer to that question is no, we don't. As we've talked about before, prior to the pandemic, as rules were coming up, we were constantly assessing and what should the organization look like, et cetera. The pandemic stopped a lot of that work in the sense that we're clearly reacting like others are from a workforce that is fluctuating, recruitment that is becoming more difficult. So I'm not sure of a group that would do that from a workload and balancing aspect. Like, there's elements of lean methodologies in there from what would be called balancing opportunities from a sequence, which we have looked at in certain areas. Ms. Morgan has done a lot of work in that, and we continue to look for it as we get into this year. So I'm not sure of the specific answer to the question you're asking, Councillor, and I understand what you're asking. I'm not sure of what the actual response to it could be outside of, as we go through some of those lean methodologies and we look to balance those activities. I think as we recruit and we get more people on board, that's going to relieve some of the burden on those existing people. That's clearly an issue. And then as we look just to be more efficient and progressive as we go through those things, that would have an impact as well. So I did not mean to not answer the question, but that is the best of my abilities to answer the question.
There are consultants that do this, and I'm just wondering whether it'd be worthwhile to bring in a consultant to do that. In my day, we used to call it a time study, and that was the efficiency that was. We found efficiencies, and yes, there were some people who lost their jobs, and that could happen.
So that would be what I mentioned with the lean methodologies, is exactly what, again, that balancing out of what it is. So we were looking at different groups to take it up this year. We don't make it mandatory for people to do it, but there's a couple of groups that have expressed interest in doing that. So it would have to be part of that process, and as we continue to build that knowledge, like lean methodology knowledge inside the corporation, I think it'll get there. But as it stands right now, and it might even be difficult right now just based on the sheer instability of what a workforce looks like. And I'm going to say for the next 2 or 3 years, I think this will be a fairly consistent approach. Now, we'll have to mitigate those things, but for the foreseeable future, I think we're into a spot where we'll have to, again, focus on not only getting skills, but teaching skills for the workplace as we go forward for the next foreseeable future.
Yeah. I appreciate your answer, and Mr. Mayor, with all due respect to everyone that works for the city, it's not a slam against them, it's to try to find efficiencies for the city. So I thank you.
Understood, Councilor Gardner.
Yeah.
Further questions?
So, Mr. Mayor, I think then what we'll start with council on page 33 of our budget book.
Oh, yes.
That's us.
And this discussion should have happened.
Mr. Ballo, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be presenting the budgets for both the council and for the CAO. And so the council budget is on page 33 and 34. The details are included on page 34, the financial details. There's very little change that is proposed. However, as described under salaries and benefits, council has not yet determined its remuneration for the term of council. And the clerk will be providing a report to council to initiate that discussion. So that is something that is forthcoming and could, of course, affect this budget. The balance of other items in the budget, purchase of goods and services and rents, are relatively flat. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have on this budget.
Are there any questions on the council budget? Just as a reminder, to follow up on Mr. Barlow's point about our remuneration, we are legislatively obligated to do so every 4 years by the province. That discussion will happen a little later this year. Councillor Hollingsworth.
So we're due to do something about that this year? 2023 or 2024?
Ideally, I'd like to get the discussion over with this year.
Okay.
So,
Councillor Hebert?
just a quick question. So if in 2 months we decide to, sorry, that's crickety, okay. If in 2 months we decide to approve a cost of living increase for council, it's not included here, so we'll have to pull from reserves, I presume, for the 2023 year?
I would imagine so.
So the
Ms. Bailey?
Why don't we do it during the budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We wouldn't necessarily pull a variance to the 2023 actuals from reserves. We'll manage that across the city. So there may be savings in other areas. We would only pull from reserves for special projects or perhaps tenders, et cetera, that we know are going to be under budget, but for an amount like that, we wouldn't.
No, we don't have a lot of money. You're trusting a bunch of underpaid people. Okay, that's fine.
Excuse me, further questions on the council budget? Okay, Mr. Barlow?
Thank you. So we'll go to page 35, 36, which is the CAO's budget. And I would only draw your attention to the salaries and benefits, which has a slight reduction to reflect the anticipated reduced salaries for both the CAO and the admin assistant, who are both to be decided this year. And outside of that, all of the other items are status quo.
Any questions on the CAO's budget? Councillor McDonald, then Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify, how many employees are we talking about? Is that just the two employees, the CAO and the admin assistant?
Yeah, so it's described in the paragraph under salaries and benefits that it's the CAO, it's half the cost of the admin assistant, and it's the public information coordinator.
Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. As we all know, that we are searching for, we're about to start the search for a CAO. Do we set the salary? I mean, dumb question, but we tell the headhunter, here's what we're paying. And,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it has a salary range.
A
that
range.
is fixed.
okay.
Further questions on the CAO's budget? Councillor Hollingsworth?
That half cost for the administrative assistant, and I think I know the answer, but what's the other half? The administrative assistant, what else, who else do they?
It's in the council.
I thought it was, okay, good enough, thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Good?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so just looking at the changes in the salaries and benefits, because there was just a very small change on the council page, So there would be a reduction because the admin assistant would be starting at the bottom of a salary scale, and then that increase would be because of an increase for the strategic planning coordinator. Just want to clarify. Okay, so there's like, it reduces, but then, yeah, all right,
Yeah.
that makes up for the difference.
It's all of the salaries.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Ms. Bailey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did put an increase, an estimated increase for council as well in the budget.
Oh, okay, that's nice of you.
Not at,
Thank you, Ms. Daly.
Councilor McIntosh?
Just to follow up on that, we have a range, but
Just need it.
we negotiate, don't we? The person we want may say, look, here's what I want. We don't start, he's not necessarily, the person, I should say, the person will start at the bottom, won't necessarily start at the bottom of the range, could be at the top of the range.
It can be.
Mr. Clark?
Just if I may, from a recruiting standpoint, it's a percentage of an established salary as you go forward, and then whatever may be negotiated amongst council would be what the salary would be. But the number itself is based off a predetermined range.
Further questions? Seeing none? Moving on, I believe it's clerk services.
Oh,
Do you want us to move into the middle?
Sure.
That'd be great fun. Let's get you in there in the hot seat and let's go. It'd be so much more fun than doing this.
I like swinging around.
Yeah, you want to get you at
Or
the.
Dean's gonna do a full 180
It's been a
every
while.
Yeah.
That's right. As long as it's-
It's crazy.
Yeah. So I'll, thank you. I'll do just a brief introduction, and then we'll turn over the operating to the clerk and Mr. Donig as we go through this. So just in preparing for this, I would say the philosophy that we're looking for is a bit of a green flag philosophy. We've heard this term more recently, and the premise of that being we want to be more open in both not only the services for citizenry with clerk services, but even from an HR standpoint. More green flags, more confidence, more transparency in what we're doing. We spoke a little bit about some of the lean methodologies just through previous questions. That continues to be a focus for us, not only for the processes we will deliver, but how we can and how they will be delivered from a feedback standpoint. Like, so there's some listening that will be required as to how we should do that. The other element to that becomes, just the customer service delivery. We think we do that quite well, but there's always an enhancement and a review as to how we can be continuing to deliver those services from all aspects. So with that said, unless you think I've missed anything. Nope, there we go.
No, so through the clerk services, some of the highlights, salary increases are in the 2023 budget, and so is a salary reallocation. Now, as far as the election goes, the election is budgeted for the year of the election, which was in 2022. So a contribution to reserves is made in non-election years in order to substantially offset the cost of that election. And in the 2023 budget, we have increased that contribution to reserves by $10,000 a year so that we can introduce online voting in the next election. As for the rest of the services, whether they are purchase of goods and services or the revenue, everything is pretty well status quo in our budget.
Councilor Hollingsworth and Councilor Gardner.
Just a quick question, in terms of that election reserve, is it based on like a rolling average? Like, I know you're factoring in
Yep.
the online thing as well, but typically from one election to the next, do you kind of take a rolling average?
We try to base it on the past elections, understanding that costs never go down, they only go up. So we budget for the new election coming in 4 years based on the last election.
Councilor Gardner, you said your question was answered?
Well, I just want to ask one question, Your Worship, and that is, do you feel that that's going to be enough if we go to electronic elections?
Yes, I think that will cover the online voting. There are other variables like staffing needs through the election. So I think with everything will balance itself out.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further questions? Councilor Good?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's a little tough to separate them because we've moved like the 0.4 of an FTE from human services or human resources into clerk services. So I guess like looking at both of them together, I see there's an increase in salaries and benefits of about $225,000. So I see, sorry, so it's kind of to both of you. That the disability and wellness coordinator as well as the HR generalist have been budgeted for 2023. Were they not budgeted in previous years, or was it not a permanent position previously?
It wasn't permanent,
Okay.
and we've brought them into the budget and staffed them to full complement if I were to offer that. Yes.
So if I just want to understand, so their salaries are part of that increase?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then I notice as well for the retiree benefits, there's an increase of $87,000 in 2023. I'm wondering if that's typical or what that's a result of.
I am going to look to Ms. Bailey, but I believe it's the overall charge for the, what's the word I'm looking for here, Tracy?
Benefits.
Benefits, thank you. I should have known that word. But yeah, from an overall standpoint. Yeah.
Perfect. And then was there an increased position aside from the 40% of that was brought from human resources to clerk services? Or is that what that represents? Is it represents 40% of that salary and then just the budgeted increase?
That's correct.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Further questions? Councilor Dupel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Under the summary of by activity, so the employee development, I see that there's a large increase there. We've gone from a budget of 99,000 to 191.
That's not my budget. That'll be Bruce's, or Mr. Donik's budget.
Okay, sorry.
Further questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
A+.
So, just as I may, while we did, as I did for the clerk, so just as we look for, if we continue to build on that green flag, HR operates with about 16 processes in mind that we keep fairly consistently. What we would look to do for this year, clearly, equity and inclusion would be a large part of what we need to do going forward. We're also tying leadership to equity and inclusion, being that we don't think they're separated at this point, and one will equal the other two as we keep going. So that is a philosophical approach that we'll be taking over not just this year, but the next several years. We have a significant amount of training that we're looking to get more into and focus on skills development, et cetera. The lean methodologies we spoke about, it's just, again, looking at how we do it and can we deliver it in a more efficient way? Are there inputs that we should be taking? Are there aspects of delivery that we haven't taken into effect that we need to start taking into effect? So that will all play a large part of it. And as we mentioned earlier, skills retention and attraction will be a big thing as we move forward. Building our own skill set will be just as critical as we go, but we won't be able to rely, I think, on post-secondary institutions the way that has been done over the past decade, and we will clearly have to bring that skill development and enhancement inside. Clearly, the world is changing, crisis and opportunity provide us the same window to maybe make things a little bit different and better as we go forward. So we're definitely looking at that. And then lastly, the last point we would look at is we've invested a little money on having our HR analytics be developed inside. We'll continue to use that as a focus as we move forward, as to make us better at decision making, make us better at what we need to do. And I say HR analytics not just in the aspect of what costs our benefit having, but how do we include employee surveys and ready ongoing engagement activities if we were, as an ongoing nature, instead of it just being a one-time calendar event, we would look to use those processes to help us build those capacities throughout the year.
My turn?
I believe so.
Thank you. So I'm on page 39 of the budget book. Pardon me for the scratchy voice. It's been a rough couple of weeks. So of note for human resources, the changes in salaries and benefits. So last year in 2022, Jeff mentioned earlier, we brought 2 new resources online, budgeted half a year for each. 2023, a market increase here is both of those positions are filled now, and so they're going to be with us for the entirety of the year. Jeff's salaries reallocation is part of that. We got a bit of a benefit from that. The clerks took a bit of a hit on that one. And to the question about retiree benefits, yeah, so retirees have benefits through all the various collective agreements in the non-union group. And there was a substantial increase, unfortunately. Our renewals occur from November to November for the majority of our benefits. So that's what you see there. For services and rents, we're negotiating with 6 locals for renewal collective agreements. I guess 5 now that council has ratified one of them. We're waiting to hear back from. So there's an increase in services and rents attributed to training that Jeff talked about. Leadership training, employee development. There's $20,000 we've put into the budget for that. It's pretty important as far as retention and recruitment, our initiatives. And then advertising for recruitments. Typically, we only budget a very small amount of money for advertising on various recruitments. And this year we had to increase it fairly substantially, especially in some of the professional realms, into the advertisers' websites. It's a market increase there. Medical services, referrals for injured employees, ergometric assessments, some of the increase to services and rents. And then we've increased the budget for arbitrations, grievances, and negotiations. Financial transfers in internal revenue, we've increased the WSV budget by $60,000 to reflect their actuals, what we're paying. Now, there's an offsetting revenue there where the other departments, it gets tracked through HR and then it gets dispersed back out to the various departments. So then, that's pretty much what I have. Barring any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Hollingsworth and Councillor Gardner.
Okay, 2 quick questions. On page 39, salaries and benefits, 2 new positions at .5. Are they new employees? Or like I'm a little unsure what that means.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so in the 2022 budget, we got rid of our we got rid of our third-party disability management service. We'd been using a consultant.
All right, okay.
For employees returned to work, chasing down sick notes. So in 2022, we dissolved that relationship and brought disability and wellness back in. So that was the point. In 2022, we budgeted half. This year, it's full. And then we stole a position from Glen Storedon Lodge, and we've embedded a human resources lead into Glen Storedon Lodge now.
Okay, one other question with regards to wages. When we negotiate with our collective agreements, it's a negotiation, you haggle, you do whatever, you come to a number. In terms of our management group, how do we determine pay increases? I know there's a grid that you move up the grid, you get so much, but a percentage, assuming I'm not moving up the grid and I'm looking for a pay increase potentially, how do we, from a corporate perspective, determine how we're gonna allocate that? And if that's a closed meeting issue, you can tell me, but I'm just curious.
No, what we would do is in the past, like the last time, it mirrored quite a bit of what we'd done with collective bargaining. In other instances, we would come back and we would have a separate report with a recommendation based on what all those things were, and it would be an approval of council on its own.
So typically speaking, if, just as a number, the average collective bargaining group is getting 3%, then our manager group is probably going to be approximately the same. That making sense? Not accounting for, I realize that if you move up from level 1 to level 2, you get an increment. I'm just talking,
Just before Mr. Donick, the steps in our bands are static. We have
But I
placed them at
understand that.
a particular distance on purpose.
Sure.
And then the question that Mr. Donick will answer is just how that entire band moves based on, I think what you're asking about is the
Yeah.
cost of low.
how does
cost
everybody
of
in the
living.
merry
Yeah,
band
it's
move from
absolutely
one
it.
place
Sorry.
to the next?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So in the report that council approved for the general wage increases and our bargaining mandates that established them for 21, 22, 23, and 24, the non-union group was captured in that as well. So the mandate that council gave to us to negotiate the collective agreements, the non-union group is tied to that amount. And, yeah, so
Okay, so-
it's set and static.
Good enough, thank you.
Counselor Gardner, are you good? Did you
Oh,
want?
I'm good, yeah. He answered my question again.
I'll recognize you first next time. Counselor Dupel.
So sorry, I was ahead of myself. So just under the employee development on the summary by activity, so it's almost doubled, so I was just wondering what does that entail?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, some of that, Counselor, is a reallocation. You'll notice benefits administration is reduced by 21,000 underneath it.
Yep.
So part of it is moved from one envelope to the other. 20,000 of that is for the additional employee training. And then there is a software package we're looking to purchase with IT.
Okay.
As part of that. And then if you wanted a further breakdown, I would have to definitive answer for you.
And then
Sorry, just if I may, Mr. Mayor and Council, what, if you could elaborate just a bit on the package, maybe for Councilor DePel and what we're looking at there.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we did a tremendous amount of work in this past year with the IT group and finance and human resources to develop workflows for recruitment, employee movement, employee onboarding. We used a consultant for that. That was purchased a couple years ago. So we're on the precipice of delivering that product, and then the next flight for that would be applicant tracking software, so we can better respond when candidates apply in and don't get access to us in interviews. You know, just kind of a polite customer service side of it, but then also candidate tracking through it. So it's to couple with some of our other initiatives and lean out some of the organization as well.
If I might add, that would be part of that analytics we would looking for, is just more data about how to track it, the candidate applicant, like just demographics that we'll need to focus on as we move forward. So that would play in part of all that too.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, my other question is under service and rents. I'm assuming the legal fees that you mentioned are in there. So what does the corporation budget for, or how do you budget? Like, how do you come up with the amount that you're putting in the budget?
It is a bit of a rolling summary of what we have historically been given. So we're seeing it tick up based on kind of our previous conversations, but, you know, this year, I think we are poised to see it different.
Okay, and so on that line, service and rents, like, do you know, like, roughly what that amount is that the legal fees that you're budgeting, that we budget as a corporation, what we budget for in that line?
I would have to look into it and get back to you on what specific that would be. Now, some of that includes investigations and other things that go with it, so it isn't strictly just a matter of arbitrations and that stuff, so I
would appreciate that. I would appreciate that information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Bailey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for arbitrations, grievances, negotiations, and other things, investigations, et cetera. So there's many items that are in that budget line, and the city is budgeting $350,000 for that.
May I ask through you, Mr. Mayor, do you have the Ms. Bailey, do you have the data from 2022?
We do. Now, in 2022, we were at close to 400,000.
Oh, wow.
In previous years, we were closer to 500,000. So it's absolutely moving in the right direction. Very, very pleased with what we've accomplished in the last few years in that regard.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Savard and I are on page 41 of the budget book. And together, we're going to present financial services and, of course, ITT services for the city. So financial services includes the divisions of accounting and auditing, purchasing, billing, collection for taxes and water, insurance, and of course, our ITT services. So on page 42, you'll see our financial summary, and we'll start with salaries and benefits. Salaries and benefits increased by, or budget to budget, a change of $225,000 or 7.68%. And included in that represents incremental and contractual obligations, in addition to 3 full-time staff to the corporation. This includes an insurance claims coordinator. So we talked a lot about insurance already, but I'd like to expand on that a little bit more. It also includes an operations support position and a cybersecurity analyst. So I'm going to start with the insurance claims coordinator position that we'd like to add to the financial services complement, and then Louis will talk to both ITT positions. So our insurers are expecting more from their insured, and it relates to mitigating risk that they take on. So what we're seeing is that in our policies, and the city manages about 16 policies across the corporation, is that not one insurer will insure a policy. So a few years ago, we saw that 2 insurers would share a policy, and now we're seeing up to 6, where they'll each take on a percentage of the risk related to that coverage. And so managing that with our insured has become a little bit more complex. And our policy applications to get coverage have become much more detailed. And I have to thank the departments, because we do send these applications out to the departments to fill it in. They have the knowledge of the operations, and we coordinate it on our end. So as an example, and I use cybersecurity often because it's an area where we've seen a lot of an increase in expense since the city has taken on a policy, and thank goodness we are able to. There are municipalities who don't have a cybersecurity policy. It has gone up 100% for premiums. Before Louis' time with the city, Elsie and I filled in a 2-page document. Louis fills in a 44-page document to get coverage. And new to the city is a policy for social housing and a policy for our home for the aged. So they've separated that from our general liability policy and their policies on their own. The city does not have an insurance claim coordinator. Those responsibilities are shared by 2 people in the finance department. Because of the increase in work in insurance, but not only that, the increase of workload in the accounting department, we require that the insurance duties be transferred to a new resource. So what the accounting department is seeing, and why they'd like to have their full resource back, is that we are absolutely meeting our reporting requirement for statutory reports to the province. But we're not always meeting our non-statutory reports to the province. So we have been asking for extensions in order to get the work done, because we don't have the capacity in accounting to do that any longer with the increase in reporting needs. But and honestly, absolutely, we'll report to the province.
But where I find our responsibility is really showing itself at a municipal level is we are not reporting in a timely manner to our departments. So we used to process about 17,000 invoices in accounts payable a year. We're now processing over 21,000 with the same number of people doing the work. It's impossible. So when we get behind in accounts payable, we ask our purchasing staff to stay late with our accounts payable staff in order to input invoices. And that's okay if we see that this is just something that is occurring in this point in time, but it isn't. This is how accounting will be for now and in subsequent years. The other item is that we have a lot of project involvement in financial services for our departments. They do rely on us, and we're happy to participate and play that role in their user fee studies, in their asset management plans, in the development charges study. The efficiencies that they're bringing to their departments shows well in the services that we provide. But there is a need for our involvement in that. And what it leads to is things that you're seeing that do provide better service to the community, like with City View and being able to provide payments online. Well, that department cannot do that without financial services setting or being involved in that, or the contactless payment for transit. So it is amazing whenever you look at the projects across the city that our departments are doing. And, you know, chapter 7 of the report is the financial component of all of those and where we provide our input. The other thing that we're seeing in our department is changes to our municipal financial statements. So years and years and years ago, we brought on tangible capital assets. And I'm going back many, many years. So when I first came to the municipality, it was very strange looking at financial statements for a municipality. That was a big, big change. And since then, there's been minor, I'm going to say minor changes to the financial statements. A few years ago, we added to the notes of the financial statement, and we work with Mr. Fothrop's area to do this, but municipal contaminated lands. So the readers of our financial statements know what liabilities the municipality holds. So that had to be added to our financial statements. We also added a liability for post-employment benefits. And in 2023, we're going to be doing, with the facilities department, for the most part, calculating, and I use the word calculating, but it's not one calculation, it's a binder of calculations and input, a liability for asset retirement obligations. So what that means is that for every, and facilities are not only the only assets that will have an asset retirement obligation, but for the most part for the city, it means City Hall is an example. There's asbestos, et cetera, in this building. That has to be understood and that has to be calculated. And we have to inform our readers that there's a liability to every facility that the city owns if there are any items to consider once the asset is retired. And so that is the reason for the request for an FTE for an insurance claims coordinator. So it's not only about insurance, but also the impact that we're seeing in our accounting department. And so Louis, if you would like to.
Thank you, Tracy. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we're looking for 2 FTEs in IT. July start, obviously, for recruitment. The first one is an operations support position, so help desk support, if put in other terms. That's in response to just the growing demand on departments. Every department is looking for efficiencies, how to implement tech. You've already heard about an applicant tracking system. You'll hear about many other things across other departments. Somebody in the back end needs to support that once they're implemented. And we're right now operating at probably 300% capacity with the staff that we have. If I love stats, but I don't like stats. Industry average is about 77 users to technicians. We're sitting at about 257, right? And that's just, it's not to say that everybody is calling every day, but when it comes, it comes. And that's just day-to-day support. That doesn't include projects where we're involved into housing builds, into relocations of equipment, or any other requirements that is demanded of IT. We're stretched. So that position would help alleviate that help desk support, that day-to-day, free up our more experienced technicians to participate on projects and make sure these projects are met on time, there's no more delays. And then it provides the opportunity for growth, for cross-training and all of the other fun stuff. The other position we're looking at is a cybersecurity analyst, and Tracy stole a little bit of my thunder, but that 44-page document she was talking about is just not kidding. It's 44 page for one of them and 27 for the other application. And I want to say a third, if not more, of the questions on that is all about cybersecurity. Do you have a cybersecurity analyst? Yes or no? Do you do regular audits? Yes or no? These types of questions. So that position is absolutely needed. It will have an impact on insurance premiums once you can say yes to these questions. And not to repeat any more numbers, but during orientation, I threw some numbers out about our exposure. Somebody needs to be looking at that to make sure that we are able to forecast or mitigate future potential attempts without being reactive of something almost happened, what can we do to fix it or prevent it from happening again? Right now, it's something that some staff do when they have time, but there's no dedicated person to that. And in this day and age, we need it. It's something that it's a full-time job just to look at. So bottom line, operations support, it's to make sure the engine keeps going for the rest of the city, and the cybersecurity is to make sure the wheels don't fall off of the engine.
Councilor McDonald.
So the insurance angle is very interesting, and you remarked earlier, Ms. Bailey, that even though we haven't had any problems or that necessitated big payouts, our rates go up if others do. So every time, say, a hospital or a municipality or somebody has their system hacked or held for a ransom, then that affects our insurance as well. Am I right in thinking that?
You are.
Yeah.
So we're not in a cooperative at all. So we're not, our claims are our own. And if we were in a cooperative insurance premium, meaning that all of these municipalities are sharing the risk, then whatever happens in that community, the insurance payouts on that are shared by all municipalities in that group. So we got out of that business or that situation many years ago because the city's claims are very good. We have about 75 claims a year. So the increases that you're seeing in insurance isn't related to what's happening to the city or in the city. It's what's happening in Ontario, in Canada, and in the world.
Mm-hmm. And then I think you remarked, Mr. Savard, that if we do have a security analyst, then our insurance rates would be more reasonable, but still they'd be high. This is going up all the time. Well, I think you're doing a great job protecting us so far, and I certainly support giving you the extra help you need.
Councilor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just want to get back to the insurance claims coordinator again. So you're at the current time using 2 employees from accounting to do the role that you're hoping to cover?
That's correct.
So combined, they're working full-time hours to cover this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
It's combined,
They're-
2 people combined.
Mm-hmm.
That's a full-time position that they're doing, so that 20 hours each a week for 52 weeks a year, that's covering, to cover with this job?
So they're not, they each have a full-time job.
Right.
And half of their positions, or I think it's 60% on one and 40% on the other, they work on insurance matters.
Wow.
But that is like our accounting department. At budget time, it's busy. At year end, it's busy. When the snow falls, insurance happens. Like, there's peaks and valleys in financial services. A full-time insurance person, what we're hoping for, really what that is that the accounting people can do the work that we're not getting done right now. And like I said, for us, it's reporting to our departments late and them not being able to have the information they need in order to manage their budgets, which they are responsible to do. It's reporting to council late. It's coming to council in June with our financial statements, even though we need to report our FIRs to the province by the end of May. But we don't report until we get financial statements approved. So we need those individuals to have time to do the job or the work in accounting, including our accounts payable staff. So now we need somebody to do insurance. And insurance, what we see is that because of the environment of insurance, we have been relying on our departments to do work that we used to do. And so we will push things out that we used to take care of. And so that, in the workload that they have, has become an added task at hand, I'll say. And where the responsibility really should be held with the financial services department.
Okay, so I agree with getting our accountants back to doing accounting, that makes sense to me. And we're talking about ebbs and flows, so like it's busy, it's not, it's busy, it's not. So we have.
I won't say that it's not busy. It
No,
seems to be
understand.
busy
Sorry, yeah.
all the time.
So-
And more busy.
Yeah. They're doing all they can, but sometimes they're stretched.
Yes.
Would that be a nice way to put it?
That,
I would
exactly.
agree with that. I'm very stretched sometimes at work, too.
Yes.
So with the insurance, so an insurance coordinator is going to deal with, we got to get our policies, and they're going to deal with, now we have a claim. Okay, so there's enough work just to do, like, I'm just trying to figure out if there's enough work to warrant a full-time person, or would there be a part-time person, or should we contract it out? This is where my mind is going.
So we talked about that. We talked about contracting it out. We talked about this could be possibly an individual that could work remotely. And so we have decided or are recommending a full-time employee because of all of the other things that go with insurance and how they need to have such a relationship with the people in every department. Like our insurance person, one of them specifically knows so much about minimum maintenance standards. They understand what we do on our transit buses and the videos that are collected, and they give advice on matters that happens. So we wanted to keep that relationship with our departments. It being a full-time position, no doubt in my mind, 5 years ago, maybe 6, it was a full-time position. It was decided because of pressures, et cetera, that when we had to maintain a certain staff level, that we divvied up the responsibilities in that way.
Okay, so this person, if a claim comes in, this person would work with, claims comes in for municipal works, something happens, so, okay, we have to deal with a claim. Now they're gonna say, how are we gonna prevent this going forward? So that's-
Absolutely.
Okay.
And the departments are excellent. They're very, very knowledgeable on the incidents reports that need to come to us, the logs that they keep. If they're not keeping their logs, we have no defense. The individual is also responsible to send out all of our letters to claimants. They manage the incoming claims at cornwall.ca, and they also send out all of our legal letters. So, of course, claims lead to legal claims that sometimes they go through the courts, and we have to produce productions for those cases. And they communicate with our lawyers, and I say lawyers because there's different types of lawyers depending on what type of claim it is, and depending on what policy it falls under. So that's not BLG. BLG is the city's legal team, but not for insurance. And at the end of the year, they summarize each claim that has come in by firm, send it off for review. If we don't do that, we pay a lawyer to do that. We send a letter saying, please provide to our auditor all of the claims and where they're at for the city of Cornwall. We probably send out about 8 letters a year to different firms with the claims that they're managing for the city.
Well, thank you very much for the information.
You're welcome.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Your worship, a couple of quick questions. So these 3 particular positions are about $300,000 to the corporation annually. I know this year we're gonna budget from, I don't know, June or July or whatever, but
So.
these 3 people work from January to December, $300,000 bucks?
With benefits, so, the 2 IT are about 100,000. The insurance claims, coordinator is about 90, so 290 for a year.
Now, as far as the insurance person, just out of curiosity, you're telling me that if we don't have this insurance person, we're gonna have to get our lawyers to do this stuff, and we're gonna have to get, technically speaking, when we get a claim, doesn't the insurance carrier take care of the claim? Somebody falls and slips and breaks their kneecap, and says, guess what, I'm claiming an insurance. We call the carrier and say, here's the claim, go figure out whether we have to pay them or not. And then ultimately our insurance premiums go up or down depending on how many claims we make. Isn't that technically how it works?
How it works is that when a claim comes into the city, we receive about 75 a year. The city manages that claim.
So our insurance carriers don't manage these claims? We do
They
our
do
own
not,
legal stuff?
only when we call in an adjuster
And why do we have insurance carriers if they're not doing
to
anything?
provide coverage if the city is at fault or negligent.
And then, of course, our legal guys. So, that being said, we hire this person, 90 grand, they're gonna save us $90,000 in legal bills, is that what you're telling me?
They are not going to save us $90,000 in legal bills.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McIntosh.
Yeah, my question was what Dean, about insurance companies. Just remember, my family was, worked for a major insurance company in the legal department. She tells me about all the claims they would handle. They would decide whether they're paying out or not. So, you know, anyway, that's why I thought it worked with us too, but it doesn't apparently.
Most of it is handled or managed in-house.
Further questions? Councillor Sabri.
Just to follow up with regards to the insurance risk management and that stuff, the way I understand it, working within corporations and that, basically do realize savings. I hate that. You do realize savings by way of the administration, the time spent, and possibly the settlements at the end of the day, if there are settlements necessary.
That's correct.
Okay. Yes. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask that. One observation, if I may, and this is directed to Mr. Savard. Given what ITT does, and in today's corporations and businesses and that stuff, they're basically the backbone of all operation. I really wish that the ITT report was standalone as opposed to part of financial services. It's going to be a greater emphasis with regards to how the city moves forward and there should be that much more focus or understanding as to the role that it plays. Just an observation.
Thank you. Councillor Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I wanted to just talk a little bit more about the insurance person. You were mentioning that there are 2 other staff that have to basically fill in whenever you've got all of these, not necessarily claims, but accounts payable, I think, to go through.
So we are 2 accounting staff that do insurance. One concentrates on claims for the most part. So when a claim comes in, no matter what day or time, it needs to be acted upon immediately. The accounts payable, we used to have 2 people and a part-time person. We haven't been able to fill the part-time role 2 days a week. And even when we did have that individual, we were requesting staff to stay late, including our purchasing staff who work with our accounts payable staff, to catch up. It's never ending. Like, we were consistent with 17,000 invoices for years and years and years, and it was manageable, where we had overtime at certain times of the year, especially at year end, but we're consistently working overtime now. And that is absolutely fine, but not all the time, not forever. Our staff cannot do that on an ongoing basis every week. They emotionally need their rest, like everyone else.
And I'm glad that you brought that forward, because that's exactly the crux of what I kind of want to get to, is that the burden that puts onto those staff and onto the corporation as well, because when we're paying overtime, we're paying, I assume, time and a half or something. We're paying more than what they would be normally getting in their salary, correct?
Correct. They're part of a collective agreement. Collective agreement, yes.
So although they might not be saving us 90 grand in insurance claims, they may be alleviating part of what we're paying in terms of overtime in order to cover for the lack, and as well just the fact that all human beings need rest, and we're not expecting our staff to be working 60-hour weeks, I don't think. So just to kind of, I guess, build on that, it's not just about making up, I think, for that 90 grand that we would be spending on their position, but about what we would be alleviating also from our own, risk towards spending on overtime for these other staff, and also burnout and potential WSIB claims too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Further questions?
So we'll go on to.
Sorry, Councillor Gunjo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's about purchasing of goods.
Yeah.
I would like to know what is the reason? Did you have any problem before, or it's about just reinforcing what you have right now?
So we're going on to purchase of goods next. So Louis?
Oh.
So yes, I'm sure this will answer your question, Councillor. So through you, Mr. Mayor, the purchase of goods is primarily driven by IT purchases of departments. So these are department purchases that flow through IT and then get recovered through internal revenue. So it's really it's a zero item for us. It just shows as an expense on purchase of goods and then an internal revenue on the other side. So that number, as you can tell, is driven by service kiosks or registration kiosks for human services. There's a cashiering upgrade for our CityView software. There's our new build on McConnell that has some IT requirements in there. And then some general purchases from departments, tablets, laptops, things like that. That's what that number is coming from.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Overall, services and rents have decreased by 36,162. The net change is related to an increase of 101,000 in corporate software annual maintenance fees. So if you have any questions on that, we would be happy to answer. And a decrease from 2022 one-time projects, the long-term financial plan at 55,000 and our DC study at 60. contributions to reserves, $100,000 is being made for ITT capital infrastructure. So Louis very soon will talk about a capital project that we have. It's also $20,000 increase is part of our life cycle replacement. We're putting aside $20,000 per year for 5 years so that we can replace, I wrote it down, it's switches, right? We're replacing switches. The revenue changes you see is in 2022, the city utilized $31,000 of COVID funding, and that was to support our ClearRisk software and upgrades to our bids and tenders website. Fees and service charges is a net increase of $39,000. User fees have been increased based on trend, but we did remove $60,000 for our DC revenue. That project was a 2022 project. And the last item is the 161 in internal revenue, which Louis already talked to. That increase in revenue is directly related to the increase in purchase of goods and offset.
Any questions?
We'll go on to our capital
Yes,
project.
please.
So financial services or ITT services has one capital project.
Thank you, Tracy. So through you, Mr. Mayor, our capital project for 2024 is a review, assessment, and upgrade of our Wi-Fi service across city buildings. Right now, if some of you might have experienced it, you go from building to building, you got to remember which Wi-Fi to jump on. We're looking to standardize that. We also have some buildings, the Lodge being one of them, where it's very challenging to get reliable Wi-Fi signal based on the construction of the building. So this will allow us to do a proper assessment, relocation, and upgrades where needed. And as the sheet mentions, we currently have 17 locations that house technology across the city, with only 9 that have wireless connectivity. So this project would provide wireless connectivity at any buildings. So any city employee with a city-owned device could travel building to building on the same Wi-Fi network, not have to worry about remembering everything, and the service would be the same. It would also allow us to start to look at our fleet as well. So there was some requests from departments about can we have wireless within our fleet? So part of this would be, we would review that at the same time. So it's sort of 2 birds, 1 seed, I think is the right way to say it now.
Feed 2 birds with 1 scone.
1 scone.
Is the less aggressive.
Any questions on the capital project?
So the last section of our general government area, Mr. Mayor, would you like me to finish non-departmental so that we can start shared services after dinner, or would you like dinner?
Does council have a preference?
I have to.
Is it a hot meal? It was a hot meal.
Let's, if you don't mind, Ms. Bailey, we'll stop now, and we'll reconvene in approximately 30 minutes at 6:15.
Somebody's getting hungry already. He's sitting right beside you. Sorry, I couldn't. You can microwave it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Wasn't how to pay, it was how not to pay.
I can hear you here.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm soft-spoken. I know, I'm sorry. Not a chance you're sorry.
They
I
decide.
expect you to do the same thing to me.
They can go
So you have to go back to work after lunch. First hour, you hard to get back into it.
What was the
Yeah.
That'll take.
Well, I have, oh, yeah, I got yours.
So many questions out there.
It's Mark Wallow, Bob Peters, and those two.
A lot of this.
Oh my God, what?
Read it.
Like, I definitely
Any
should have gotten
questions?
like, but I don't, I'm the kind of person that.
State school, DL.
Unless you're wearing a dress. It's underneath, right?
Tall boots on.
My mom drilled it in my head. Now she wears them all the time.
Right.
She's moved on, and
Right,
I'm.
I'm gonna have to clarify.
That's not mine, is it? I lost my black one.
Yeah, I wish I was always using hard ones.
So done.
Martin Lang's the chair.
Insurance, eh?
Francis, is there sound?
You ever gonna have a chair?
Okay, council, if we could get back underway here.
I don't.
We'll pick up where we left off, and we're at non-departmental. Ms. Bailey, please.
That's setting the bar high.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, before we begin, just further to Councillor Good's question regarding that, the two tables that were different. So the one in the budget book is correct.
Okay.
We will update the slide online so that the two of them match.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, no problem.
So non-departmental, pages 47 and 48 of your budget book. So non-departmental holds all transactional items related to corporate revenue, such as taxation, OPF, POA, investment income, interest on taxes, sale of land, et cetera. And then financial transfers such as tax refunds, contributions to reserves, property assessment services that we pay to MPACT, charity rebates and other transfers for Heart of the City, brownfield and affordable housing programs. If I or if you would go to page 48, operating expenditures, the subtotal of a change of $606,063. That's detailed in the bottom part of that page in the chart, and we can go over the changes to operating expenditures for non-departmental. No change in tax refunds, as we had discussed, but we will bring back to council a consideration to reduce the $1 million budget for tax refunds. Tax increment grants have decreased by $281,000. Small changes in charity rebate, financial other. We had talked about the repayment to the working reserves regarding distribution centers. We have budgeted a contribution to pay back to working reserves in prior years. That is not included in the 2023 budget submission. The interest income to our reserve funds has increased by $370,000. To your question, Councillor Hollingsworth, included in the 2023 budget submission is $480,000 in interest income that we're contributing to reserves.
Yep.
And that is as per policy, just so that you're aware. Capital levy, we have increased that by 208. Life cycle costing, 600,000, and a small increase related to the Heart of the City non-refundable tax increment grant program. So that makes up the 606,000. On page 47, 47, it details the change in revenue, a change of $6,257,050. The first is our change in taxation of just under 4.3 million. In the proposed budget, revenue from property taxes would increase by just under 4.3 million, 5.32%. This represents, as we've discussed, an increase of $150.77 to the average residential property, or 5.45%. Payments in lieu, supplementary taxation and growth has increased by $781,000. Payments in lieu of taxation will see an increase because of supplementary taxation. Actually, supplementary taxation is going down when compared to 2022, but our growth is budgeted to increase. We're also budgeting an increase in school portion kept for about $64,000. Provincial grants, provincial and federal grants will see a decrease of just over $146,000. Our OMPF allocation remained pretty much the same. So the decrease that we're seeing is in POA, or Provincial Offenses Act, of $136,000. Fees and service charges and miscellaneous revenue, the $1.3 million for the most part is because the city is seeing higher return on its investments and therefore has increased its investment income to $1.9 million. The city has budgeted to recover a deposit amount paid to its benefit provider for $150,000. So that's a decrease from 2022. In 2022, we budgeted $200,000. So basically, our benefit providers pays out benefits to our employees, but we need to keep a deposit on account. So we continuously give them money to pay. And sometimes a deposit grows to an amount where the city will ask for some of those funds back. And so we will look, I was speaking with Mr. Clark, we will take a look at the amount in the 2023 budget to see if that can be adjusted based on information that's just come to us in the last couple of weeks.
Any questions? Councilor McIntosh.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the down below tax refunds, $1 million?
Tax refunds? Yes.
That's not to do with impact, was it? Remember the,
It has to do with minutes of settlement.
okay, so we're still paying?
It's new.
New?
So at any time, somebody can,
Well, I realize that, but I'm talking about, remember the problem with, we,
The DCs.
for the DCs?
yeah,
So the city has paid that in full to the DCs based on the minutes of settlement. We had to borrow money from our working reserve, and we have been paying it back, but we have not included a contribution in this budget to continue to pay that.
what was the
back.
total? Ballpark.
Total, the whole total? I'll have to get that for you. I believe it was near 5.4 million.
That's a lot of roads.
If it isn't that, I will let you know.
I'm fine with that.
Further questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Brown.
On page 50 is a capital project that we've placed under non-departmental. It is the asset management plan that we have been discussing that is due to be completed by July 1st, 2024. This project will include the completion of 4 asset management plans, including the update to the 2016 asset management plan for all city assets, an asset management plan for our housing portfolio, and an asset management plan for both the water purification plant and the wastewater treatment plant. So we're budgeting $570,000 for that. And most of it is coming from the Canada Community Building Fund, which is our old gas tax funding, local housing corporation reserve for their plan, and then both $70,000 for each the waterworks and wastewater asset management plans.
Questions on capital?
There is one more capital project under non-departmental, page 51. And if perhaps Fire Chief would come and Staff Sergeant Rich would come as well and talk to that. Matt will come chat with you.
Super.
Good evening, Towndale members of council. So this is the moment we've all been waiting for. We have been in front of you back February 28th of 2022 to bring this whole concept and the report before you in camera. We returned January 23rd, 2023 in open council again to provide just more of an overview of the program, and certainly back at the in-camera report, one of the recommendations was that staff go ahead and prepare this document for 2023 budget, which brings us before you tonight. And certainly, I don't know if there's interest in us going over it again, or if there's just any questions relating to this item.
Councilor McIntosh?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. How'd you arrive at the 2.3 million? That's an estimate. You're going to put it out for RFP now, I guess. And, how certain are you of that? That's a solid figure.
So I think we're going by the original report from Planet Works, and it was contained in their original report and their budget, and certainly they're familiar with other procurements and going through these processes. We're certainly relying on their expertise in providing those numbers.
Councilor Gardner?
Yeah, I don't know how to say this, but I want to ask the question, is this a have to have or nice to have? Because the last time I asked that, I was sitting on the mayor's chair and both your heads went this way. So I'm looking for the same answer.
We use the verbiage end of life, Councillor.
Okay, that's good. I had to do that, I'm sorry.
Further questions?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Cozy on it.
Yep.
I don't want to block anybody.
I didn't want to waste your time by saying that.
I'm like,
twins.
Good evening, council. I'm going to hope that my voice lasts through the entire presentation. If not, I'll blame the spices. It's all good. So, through you, Mr. Mayor, we are going to present the Human Services Department budget. With me to my left is Lori Gibo, the Deputy Administrator of Human Services. We will be speaking to Ontario Works first on page 53. But before we start that, I would like to just give council a bit of an overview of the department as a whole. With respect to our budget, while we present in each division, we often take a holistic approach to our budget from an integrated service perspective, and we try to maximize service for clients to meet the demands, and that often means aligning things amongst all three of our budgets. So oftentimes what you'll see are decreases in one area, excuse me, but increases in another area. Also, what you'll see this evening is a further alignment of services, especially following one full year of the merger from Cornwall and area into the city of Cornwall. From a departmental perspective, our increase is 3.69% or $231,000. This is largely due to client funding or client programs funding and inflationary costs. So we'll go on to Ontario Works. I'm going to spare Lori. She's 15 days on the job and had no involvement in putting the budget together, so I'll present the operating on the Ontario Works budget. So again, on page 53 is where that starts. For those of you who don't know, Ontario Works is essentially social assistance and benefits paid to vulnerable individuals who meet the eligibility criteria for income assistance. On page 54 is the summary of our operating, and we have no capital in Ontario Works, just operating. And so we're just going to go over some high-level areas that we'd like to note within the Ontario Works budget. In terms of salaries and benefits, these increases really represent incremental and contractual obligations. It also represents a realignment of some staffing within our entire department. Later on down, you will see that we actually are involved in a program called Circles Canada, and we've realigned that budget as its own budget and have removed 2 staff from our general cost of admin and put them into this Circles budget. The overall net impact to the Ontario Works budget remains the same. It just looks like a significant change in our salaries and benefits. In terms of purchase of goods, there's a decrease in this area, and that's largely due to the full implementation of a one-time project that we did in 2022, so it's not budgeted in 2023. In terms of services and rents or internal revenues, Again, this is where we were speaking about taking 2 of our full-time staff out of our general cost of admin and putting them into their own circles budget so we can have a more reflective budget for circles to see really the impact of the cost on that budget. We also will be moving to employment service transformation as of January 2024. And so we have brought into our budget some training for the implementation of life stabilization, but this is being funded through reserves for 2023. In terms of financial and transfers, the Ministry of Community and Children and Social Services have 100% of the client benefits are funded through that ministry, but our budgets, we kept these in line with 2021 levels only because we're moving to employment transformation in 2024, and so the benefits will look different to us in 2024, so we've kept them at previous rates. There has been no new funding formula announced by the ministry as of yet. One of the major things that we would like to do, though, across our entire department, and you will see this in all 3 of our divisions, many of our ministries are moving to more electronic e-signatures, e-documentation, and so forth. Ontario Works has a My Benefits portal. And so what we'd like to do is in 2023 install kiosks at our main office site for better client service, so that they don't always have to come upstairs to see somebody. They can, if they don't have internet access, they can come to this kiosk and they can get service right at the kiosk as well. And so this will be funded from reserves for the Ontario Works portion. In terms of provincial and federal grants, Ms. Bailey indicated at the very beginning portion of her summary that all 3 of these, well, 2 of these areas are heavily subsidized by the province. Ontario Works is no different. Again, 100% of the benefits going to clients is provincially funded. The cost of administration is split 50-50 with the city and the province, and then that 50% portion with the city is further split and cost shared with the counties at 70-30. Unfortunately, our funding allocations continue to be frozen at 2018 levels, but this is consistent with our 2021 allocation. There is a funding formula change expected in 2024, especially as we transition into employment service transformation. But the province does allow a one-time, the opportunity for a one-time funding request if our allocation or our expected expenses will exceed allocations based on those 2018 levels. And that's our summary for Ontario Works.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I made a note here when I was going through the book. You suggested that the change in the funding formula has been delayed. Any idea any indication of what it might be or how much it might be? So you left in the dark like we were at the Eastern Ontario Health Unit.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a moving target. It has changed a couple of times. It was originally brought forward before COVID, and there were discussions held, and I sat on that funding and accountability subcommittee. And then COVID hit, and then we went into a recovery and renewal model with the province. Now the province has taken a different shift in a post-COVID world. And so what they're trying to do is look at a funding formula that will make sense. They don't anticipate it for 2024, but our funding is likely to change because of going to employment service transformation. We will know more of that hopefully by the end of this year and as we go into the budget year for 2024.
And would that affect your budget then?
How would it affect it?
Yeah.
If we go based on what some of the other service managers are going through, it's a 22% reduction in.
Okay. I have a second question, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Also this morning at the Eastern Ontario Health Unit meeting, we discussed what the cost of the immigrants are going to be to, if any cost to your service, your social services. You're looking after these people at the Ramada, you're looking at them at DevCorps. Is there any money coming from the feds? I know it's not provincial, but are the feds looking at any kind of funding? Because we're using our services at the Eastern Ontario Health Unit, and it's costing us time and money. We're looking at hopefully getting some money back for that work we do.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the conversations we have had thus far with IRCC indicate that the federal government does not engage in those conversations with municipalities in terms of funding, that we would probably have to look to the province. Those were initial discussions. I don't know where they will lead. As I spoke to the one-time funding formula requests earlier, we have submitted a business case to the ministry for one-time funding for the next year to help with the increased pressures to our caseloads. Our caseloads right now are higher than they, as of February, our caseload numbers are higher than they were or were forecasted by the province to get us to the end of March 2024. We're about 150 cases higher than that projected forecast.
So that's your normal cases, and not...
No, that's the influx from, we've increased probably 500 cases since last September.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McDonald?
Yes, and those 500 cases are related to the refugee situation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say the increase is partially from individuals who are already living in this area, but a significant increase of that caseload is a direct result of asylum claimants coming to Cornwall. We have been able thus far to maximize our staffing complement that we had in previous budgets to bring on more staff to try and help offset those pressures. Unfortunately, training takes time. And so the pressures that it's creating on our staff now, and as Ms. Bailey indicated earlier, you know, the emotional stress that this is putting on our staff is quite significant. You know, I would like to take this opportunity to applaud the staff for all their efforts throughout this. But we're at a point right now that this one-time funding request is part of that request is to bring on additional staff to alleviate pressure.
Good. Now, the actual question I wanted to ask, Mr. Mayor, is what is this Circles Canada?
Circles Canada. So,
I can take that one, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Curious.
So Circles Canada is a program that helps people transition out of poverty by building supportive relationships with Circles leaders and allies who are middle-class participants that are willing to befriend the Circles leader and help them support their way out of poverty.
So it's a person-to-person relationship.
it's like big brothers and big sisters for adults.
Oh, okay. And your department will manage that? And that's half, is it, of, it's part only of the Ontario Works global budget, so
Correct.
who else is going to be sharing that with you?
So right now, we have 2 dedicated staff members who are 2 dedicated case managers and a program supervisor. Actually, Circles Cornwall, a branch of Circles Canada, we are the keepers of the chapter for Cornwall. And so through our department, other organizations within Cornwall and SDNG can come to us and be part of that group. So we can expand those circles and those groups outward to gain more allies. But essentially it is if you will, a support group from peer to peer for adults.
Okay, well.
And we're one of 11 chapters in Ontario.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Further questions? Just a quick question. Councillor Ngudjo?
Thank you very much for your presentation. From my point of view, what you're doing is very important for our community. I think you're a key part of our community. And I was listening your presentation, and sorry, I had a question that popped in my mind, and I was wondering what can we do to reinforce your abilities? Because I know that you're, as you said, you have a lot of stress, you have a lot of people, newcomer, and the government, or the federal government, say that they cannot help. And as council, do we have any care or any thing that we can do that's going to support you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly we appreciate the comments. I think one of the things that is problematic for us is that the training that is required for our case managers is upwards of about 4 months, just given the computer system that we work with. Part of the issue as well is that all of our intakes are centralized across the province now, and so unfortunately what's happening is if on a risk-based model, if an individual calls in, they often are referred to our local office to have the intake completed, and so that was a pressure that had been taken off of us when centralized intake first happened. We are actually piloting with the province. One of the sites that are receiving asylum claimants, we are piloting with the province on how we can move that risk-based model for asylum claimants as well, so that the pressure is taken off the local office. So we have done a number of things to try and alleviate the pressure with our provincial partners. At this point in time, if our numbers continue and increase, it needs to be direct staff that need to come in.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilor Gardner?
Yeah, we had a presentation from ITT before, so you said you're having trouble with your computers. Are they going to?
So through you, sir, let me clarify, we're not having trouble with our computers at all. It's a provincial system, so yeah, so what had happened was the province uploaded intake to a centralized model, and so it's the ability for the language barrier. If asylum claimants are calling in, they're referred to the local office for a direct intake just because of they're not meeting the criteria for risk-based
I was
intake.
just looking at it as in case ITT would need an extra body on top of that, but I guess not.
Well, okay, so
Thank
let me
you.
see, no, yes.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Great, thank you, Larry. So we'll move to page 55. And joining me now is going to be Christine Greaves, Deputy Administrator of Children's Services. This one's probably going to be a fairly easy one to go over with you. Certainly it is our first full year of Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare, or we'll call it CWELC, implementation. So some of the increases or differences that you'll see in this budget largely are related to 100% provincial funding that we're receiving to offset the implementation of that program. In terms of salaries and benefits, like OW, the majority of the increases are due to incremental and contractual obligations. And it's also, again, like OW, a realignment of some staff through the Human Services Division. Sometimes what we will do is we will take an FTE and split it equally amongst all 3 divisions so that we're able to maximize provincial funding as opposed to putting that to the municipal tax base. In terms of the purchase of goods, this is largely due to an increase in our public relations. One of the things that the province is providing 100% funding for is a workforce strategy. Children's services or childcare in general is not immune to what is occurring in the city, in the province, in the world in terms of workforce shortages. And so the province has put some significant funding into trying to increase the awareness and need for registered early childhood educators. And so we too will in turn support that, but that is provincially funded. So those costs will be offset by provincial dollars. For services and rents, again, this is largely due to the implementation of CWELC. And in addition, we have realigned our budget to reflect more accurately trend. 2 years ago now, we brought staff in-house to do special needs resourcing, and so this really reflects more accurately the special needs resourcing, as well as operator and repair maintenance costs, but this is also primarily funded by the ministry as well. In 2023, a plan to install the kiosks that will be shared with Children's Services as well. And the revenue, currently we receive base funding on an existing formula for CWELC. We also receive early learning childhood care, child care expansion. Much like OW as well, there is supposed to be a funding formula change in Children's Services. Effective January 2022, there was a cap on cost sharing from 10 to 5%, and then that was further reduced. However, the ministry has provided us in both of those years one-time transitional funding to offset that decrease in cost of administration because of the implementation of Canada-wide early learning and childcare. And that's pretty much it for Children's Services.
Questions? Councilor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's nice to see that the budget is not, the numbers look good. I'll say. I'm wondering if, with the different funding models that have gone on, and clearly they're putting money back into the childcare field. Sorry, I can't find my words right now after that lovely meal. What I'm wondering is, are we seeing an increase in childcare spaces that are available at this time, or what is the trend that's happening? I know myself from just having put my son in childcare in the last year, that it was over a year-long wait in order to find a spot at all. And I'm just wondering if that is a trend that we're going to see wait times decrease at some point, and what can we do to improve that so that we can get our young parents back to work?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. The first and foremost thing that Melissa spoke to was we need to solve the workforce issue in childcare. So across Cornwall and SDNG, there are over 3,000 licensed spaces, and the operators report to us on a monthly basis about vacancies, and there are vacancies throughout the system. But we are not operating at 3,000 spaces by any means. There just is not enough staff. So until staffing levels increase, we can't increase the access to the spaces, which is the big challenge, hence the workforce funding. So it's something that we're really, really working on right now. In addition to that, obviously for families, the more open they are to the location where they want to put their child, the better chances are they'll receive a space. If they're looking at one center only, it's going to limit their chances of getting in on time. But as part of the CWELC system, the ministry is working with us on an expansion plan, but that's going to take a little while to implement. We've got some negotiations going on with the ministry for that, but we're working on it.
That is promising. If I can ask another question in regards to just the actual retention and recruitment of the child care workers. One of the trends that I had heard on the news the other day was that there's actually a lot of people who have the qualifications. They've got the ECE requirements and the qualifications that they need, but they're not working in that field. I know, and I'll say this from my own experience, at my son's daycare, they closed it down over the summer. It was bought by another company, and then they hired back as much of the old staff as they could, but I know that they had a significant pay decrease. So I'm wondering, does any of this funding go towards bringing their wages to a level that are competitive so that we can effectively recruit, so that we can get the 3,000 spaces filled, because there's a need, obviously.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, so there is some funding available to help with staff wages. There is a wage enhancement grant that will provide up to $2 per hour to wages of childcare workers, and also in addition, through the CWELC program, there is now a wage floor established, as well as annual increments up to a maximum of $25 an hour, though. The wage floor is set at, it was $18 in 2022 and $19 an hour in 2023, which is not enough, but it's a step in the right direction.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I had heard through the grapevine that it was 16, so actually, as much as 19 is not great, it's better than that. Thank you.
No problem.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I think we pay people to cut grass more than we pay people to look after our children.
Right.
But that isn't what I wanted to bring up. What I wanted to ask was, usually when there's a labor shortage, the community colleges attempt to run courses to remedy that situation. So do we know if St. Lawrence College, I know they used to at one time have a childcare, early childhood education course. Do they have one now?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. St. Lawrence College Cornwall campus does operate a early childhood education diploma program. Throughout COVID, there was a major hit to their enrollment. I believe, and I wouldn't quote myself on the number, like 1 year there was only 9 graduates.
Oh, my.
Their numbers, I understand, this year have increased, but it is a 2-year program. And as Councillor Wood mentioned, a lot of people will get their credentials but not work in the field. They will use it as a stepping stone to go to university, or they'll just move off into other fields, unfortunately.
It pays better.
Further questions? Okay, thank you.
So we're going to move to page 56 in your book. And coming up, just be a myriad of ladies joining me on my left here. And so now joining me is Lisa Smith, Manager of Housing Services. So there is capital in housing services, so Lisa and I are going to tackle this together. I will do operating, she'll do capital. Again, we would like to remind council that following the merger of Cornwall Area Housing Corporation into the city, housing services is actually comprised of 2 main areas. Housing programs, which is delivered, those are programs that are typically 100% provincially funded and administered through our staff at 340 Pitt Street. And then housing services, which is essentially the direct provision of community housing in all of our social housing portfolio. Their offices are located at 1916 Pitt Street until May, at which time they will move into our new building at 550 9th Street. Very excited about that. Again, on page 57 and then 58, some general commentaries about some of the changes within housing services from an operating perspective. Salaries and benefits, we do have a slight increase in this area. We have 0.6 of an FTE right now that we'd like to increase to a full-time FTE, so an increase of 0.4. This really is to help manage maintenance requests and work orders as we bring on a significantly large building and another project in at the end of next year and a third development in 2024 at some point. That need is going to be there. That 0.4 of a person is going to need to be there to help with our community housing portfolio. Other increases just simply represent incremental and contractual obligations. In terms of purchase and goods, there is a net decrease. Again, this was largely due to some projects that were realized in 2022, mostly as a rebranding and the merger of Cornwall area into the city. Some of the reduction also includes building and maintenance repairs. These were aligned to city best practices and just moved to another line item within our budget. However, there is an increase in utilities in this area, which has been budgeted for our new building, the building on Pitt Street, 9th Street, sorry. Services and rent. So there are a couple of things in this area that we would like to highlight. Variances are mostly due to one-time project costs. So we are going to be partnering on our portion of the city's backflow prevention project. We do have some cost to relocate our housing services office from its current location to our new building. We are moving forward with an online application for housing, so we can do away with paper and pen if need be, and folks can apply online for housing now because we will also now start bringing market tenants in. And so that application process should be online shortly, and we'll be able to start receiving applications for our new building shortly. We are going to be hiring a housing consultant to complete an update of our 10-year housing plan, or excuse me, our housing revitalization plan. This is funded through reserves. We feel it's necessary to do this because our last update or our original plan was completed just prior to COVID, and certainly we all know what COVID has done to the housing market, and so we want to ensure that that plan is accurate because that plan is what we are following in terms of our development plan, where we will be looking at some of the areas that we need to develop future housing in succession, if you will. Following that, what we will be doing is hiring a consultant for the creation of a 10-year development plan. Again, this is funded through reserves. However, this may be more in line with the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus plan, and they have created a plan called 7 and 7, which is 7,000 units in 7 years across the Eastern Ontario region. And so while we are our funds are, our services are administered by the separated city. We work closely with the counties and with Mrs. Adams on anything related to the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, and so we certainly will be aligning with that. And what that will do is give us a 7-year plan. Based on our last projections, we needed 741 units in Cornwall and SDNG over 10 years. And so what that will do is, between that and right now Lisa and I are going to every township council, county council, and we brought an update last Monday to council as well, to advise that we are looking at all municipally owned vacant lands. And so certainly we will be coming back to every council to ask them to designate some of those lands so that we can move forward with this development plan, which will in essence make or vacant land shovel ready. And so if there's funding, if there's provincial incentives that we can take advantage of, so we can start building these projects right away, as opposed to waiting for all of these things to happen. So there were a realignment of some job codes to meet best practices. As indicated above, program delivery, we did increase. We increased our staffing, but through 100% provincial funding for 2 housing stability coordinators. They weren't in the 2022 budget, but because they are 100% ministry funded, we felt the need to bring 2 social workers into our complement of staff, simply because of the mounting pressures with our clients and the wait times that they also have to receive services from other organizations. These 2 housing stability coordinators will bridge that gap to help keep folks housed, and it's more of an eviction prevention type initiative as opposed to simply looking at eviction. Financing long-term principal and debt contributions to reserves. Again, this is largely due to the fact that we are bringing on 2 new housing developments into this year. As well, we are in year 2 of a 5-year rent supplement review. I'm not sure that council remember last year we introduced the first year phase-in. We realized that we also can't be all things to all people in terms of housing, and we have quite a number of agreements with private landlords for rent supplement. Unfortunately, some of those agreements are really old and have continued on because tenants have continued to live in those units. And so certainly those rents can only increase by rent control guideline, but they are way out of alignment with current rent rates. And if we don't do something to help out, we fear that landlords will drop out of these rent supplement agreements, and we no longer will have that to our advantage. And so part of the increase in our budget is to bring in another 1/5 of the funding to see that review for this year. In addition, the province also increased the cost indices for external housing providers as part of our legislated obligation under Housing Services Act. We're mandated to pay for this, and those transfers were increased by 6%. In terms of revenue, housing services primarily funded by rental revenues, municipal subsidies, provincial grant programs. Variances in the revenue are related to changing program funding and fluctuations in rental income. In terms of provincial federal transfers, housing programs, we do receive 100% provincial and federal funding for the delivery of various housing programs. We've, creatively put some acronyms there for you to follow along with. For the affordable community housing, it's funded primarily through the rental revenue and municipal subsidies. So for every new building we build, it's either totally funded with rent or rent and municipal subsidy. And we are legislated required to follow mandates of rent increases, increases in indices and service level standards, et cetera. Federal funding is still received for some mortgages, and they partially offset operating subsidies to providers who still have outstanding mortgages to pay. And we continue to manage those through operating agreements with those providers. That's it from the operating side of things in housing.
Okay, Councilor Gardner, then Councilor McDonald.
You talked about housing. Are there an influx of residents coming from what was known as the renovictions from the, I don't know who's gonna answer.
Gardens.
It looks like you're not ready to. From Cumberland. Have you seen quite a large number of those people looking for housing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe so. I believe that that's kind of died down a little bit, actually.
Okay, thank you.
They have a tenant association.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So this is interesting that the SDG, or is it the warden who initiated this 7-in-7 program, SDG, I guess it was. So did that, what does that do to our 10-year plan, where we were looking at 741 units? We're going to get there faster, or?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an initiative that the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus developed. It came from all of the different counties. Certainly, as I mentioned previously, Mr. Simpson, being the CAO, would represent the counties, but actively involve us as the service manager. And so Mrs. Adams is continuing to do the same thing. There was a delegation that went to Roma to present this 7-in-7. It is a very ambitious project. Certainly, we are a little bit ahead of the game, having now going to start our third development. It will expedite our 10-year development plan to more of a 7-year development plan, but it has not yet, it's not completely final, and so we would need to look at that further in terms of, the cost implications to building that. As Ms. Bailey mentioned earlier, we have a, debt limit that certainly we will also have other competing priorities in addition to housing, so.
So I'm just wondering this as well, for housing needs in the city versus housing needs in SDG, is there a greater demand for RGI units, for example, in the city than there is in the country, or is that a factor you deal with?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so our last housing revitalization plan, those 741 units were largely rent geared to income. 60% of those were identified as being needed in the counties and 40% in the city.
Oh, okay. So then, next question, those, the apartments that we subsidize and that we feel the landlords maybe aren't too happy about it because they're locked into rates that were established years ago. This, this review you're going to do, you're not thinking of using funds to simply supplement or raise the subsidy that we're paying? We're going to investigate instead and do a review to see what can be done? Or we actually thinking of upping our subsidy?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. That is horrible noise. Right. So it actually is to top up the subsidy, because what was happening was private landlords were ending their agreements because they were locked into a cap on what we could subsidize up to. So this is phasing in a higher cap, so we can retain them. It also allows us to attract private landlords that it wasn't like feasible for them to partner with us, and now we're getting more interest in the program that they're seeing the benefits that way as well.
Very good.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, so those rates that we are actually raising, they actually meet the rates of our own affordable housing units. So we aren't paying landlords any more than we're paying or subsidizing ourselves in our own units.
Yeah, very good, because after all, they're not charities, they're in business. So now, the difference between housing services and housing programs. The housing services, I gather, the COCHI and, do you say OFI, and how do you say?
And hippie and
doo-dah-day. Those cash benefits, as opposed to, rent breaks or?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so our housing prevention program, 100% provincially funded, you may have known that formerly as CHIPPY, so that helps with rental arrears, heat, hydro, some rent supplements, various programs of that nature. OFI and Lisa, says this beautifully. OFI starts with O, it's operating. COCHI starts with C, it's for capital. And so COCHI is funding that we actually divide equally amongst all of our housing providers on a per unit basis. So it allows for necessary capital repairs, whether it's our own stock or those that we contract with. And OFI provides things like down payments through Habitat for Humanity, Ontario Renovates program. So some of those programs that we continue to fund through that funding.
Okay, so it's money going somewhere, either to the applicant for like housing renovates or to the housing provider?
Correct.
Cash, okay. And I guess the third thing, where's our third building? You're talking about the second building going in North Pitt?
So the three, Mr. Mayor, our third building is in Morrisburg.
Okay.
And so it's going to be constructed on property we already own, and we will just expand on that property. So yes, we felt it necessary to go to the counties on our next build.
Sure, yeah, okay, thank you.
Further questions? On to capital, please.
Okay, on to capital. So I think the first thing that's important to note on the capital is the base funding amounts were actually determined at the time that social housing was devolved down to the municipalities. So the base funding amount for capital that you'll see for our now internally managed properties was set back in 2001. For our Cornwall not-for-profit housing properties, so these again were properties that as Cornwall and area, we merged into our operation and then merged into the city. Those funding amounts are also legislated through like the Housing Services Act with guidelines set by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing on what their funding levels should be. What we've done different with our capital budget this year is we've decided to start grouping our projects by common categories of capital work. So you can see that in the capital submission on page 59. So you'll see, for example, things like building interiors, building exteriors, infrastructure and grounds. That's actually like a category of capital projects. And if you look at the following pages of the capital submission, you'll be able to see what those individual projects are. For larger capital work or like a unique initiative, for example, like the 120 Augustus backup generator or the Affordable Housing Contingency Fund for 9th Street, we've separated those out, again, just to make it clear on what those will be used for. So just essentially at this time with our capital, we are trying to meet those provincial guidelines, and the way we determine the projects is it's based on our building condition assessments, and as Mrs. Bailey mentioned earlier, our building condition assessments will be getting updated and put into the city's asset management plan. So that will help us to plan as we move forward around what other capital initiatives are needed. But it's also based on best practice and wear and tear we see on the building. So we can do BCAs, but we may go in a year and say, okay, here's a problem we didn't expect, and then have to plan for it.
Great.
Any questions on the capital?
Councilor McCollum?
I understand you've got a special garden being planned for the 9th Street development. Tell us a little bit about that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when we took on our 9th Street project, we have tried to bring in some environmentally friendly initiatives like a solar wall to help run our makeup unit in the building. But we are building a pretty extensive pollinator garden, just again to encourage environmental practices and encourage residents too to have some connection with environmental initiatives and things happening in the community.
Good. They say that that's one of the benefits of COVID, that it has turned people's attention to nature and gardening.
That's true.
Shall we go through each project and see if there's questions?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, just go through in the list and just see?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So for the affordable housing development on 9th Street, that's the development of a contingency reserve.
page are we on, Lisa?
Oh, sorry,
61 now.
page 60. 60 now, moving to 61.
Thank you.
So building interiors, there's a list of initiatives there around apartment renovations. Any questions on those?
Oh, Councillor Hollingsworth?
Sorry, just to back up to page 60. What was the, and I, someplace, but what was the original tender for this project? Do you remember what the whole project was supposed to
About
be?
18 and a half, about 18 and a half, through you, Mr. Mayor, about $18.5 million.
Okay, thank you.
Page 61. Moving on to the backup generator on page 62.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Good?
Sorry, can I just, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just on page 61 here, the Iroquois kitchen renovation at 300,000.
Yes.
And I'm just seeing that most of that is coming from our city tax base, but that is in the counties, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's because we're, the service, like it's a shared service manager,
So
so.
it's 70/30, right? Does that still apply here? Or?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the global $1,039
Yeah.
that goes to is cost shared with the counties.
Okay, so it doesn't matter whether they're done here or there or anywhere?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you.
Okay, page 62.
Oh, Councillor McDonald?
I just want to comment, well, on page 62, the backup generator, I mean, they have one, but you're putting in something more efficient, more reliable. This is so good because some people have not been able in their cities to manage to have backup generators for elevators in the event of, so, very foresightful of you.
Page 63 is our building exteriors.
Councillor Hubert?
Sorry, I'm backing up a little bit. I apologize, but it's just, probably a question to ask on page 61, but really overall, I know that some of the buildings aren't quite designed for the best waste collection. For example, we have some, 10-story buildings that have one garbage chute to the basement. And so residents are not recycling unless they go down to the basement and bring their recycling, which is not happening because they're senior buildings and they're in their 90s. So has there been any conversation of addressing this in some way, shape, or form?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, it's hard to build a garbage chute into an existing facility. So where we do very much encourage recycling and for residents to do that as much as possible. But again, the building condition assessments look at things like that and give us suggestions and recommendations, but it can be hard to retrofit something like that back in. And then we have to weigh that cost against more pressing capital projects.
And so are the new builds, or specifically the 9th Street build, is that one being more considerate to waste diversion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the garbage room in the 9th Street will be the Cadillac of garbage rooms.
I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yes, absolutely,
Gearing
definitely
up to
something.
compost and everything?
Yeah,
Great.
with a new building, you can consider all these opportunities, right? Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see it.
So I think we were on page 63. Any questions? Okay. Our grounds work on, I have a page stuck together here, hold on. Yes, infrastructure on page 64. Okay. Grounds on page 65. Okay, and any questions on the not-for-profit projects on page 66?
I guess that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Outdoor scooter garage, this is such a great idea. My grandpa used to have to take his scooter in the elevator and 10 floors and leave him right there. Just can't believe that's Still banged up, so are the walls.
So again, with me, another new face, is Mina Mallour. She's the new administrator of Glen Lodge. Again, 15 days on the job, and was not really part of this budget preparation. So we will share. I will do the operating, and she will do the capital for Glenstoran Lodge. So on page 67 is the Glenstoran Lodge budget. It is the city operated long-term care facility, but it is a shared service with the United Counties. In terms of the budget on page 68, or the budget numbers on 68, again, salaries and benefits in this area largely related to incremental and contractual obligations. There is a realignment of some staff within the lodge between general operating and our outreach programs, just to better reflect services. As Ms. Bailey indicated at the beginning, one of the 6 FTEs within the city's budget is through Glenstoran Lodge. That FTE actually was brought on in 2022. It's a mandated position by the province as a result of COVID. We are required to have an IPAC lead, and so that funding, that position is partially funded by the ministry. And if we don't continue to fund that or fill that position, we will be in non-compliance with the ministry. In terms of purchase of goods, this is strictly an inflationary cost increase due to in the purchase of goods due to food provisions. That's just a cost to feed our residents. Services and rents, excuse me, the lodge has now returned to providing hot meals through Meals on Wheels and has restarted their day away programs, which has increased our transportation costs. We've also increased our funding for recruitment and retention efforts in 2023. I think that is a continued and repetitive comment that you're going to hear throughout all of the budget dates. Is recruitment and retention is significant, specifically in the long-term care sector. And so we've increased this budget really to entice and attract more individuals to Glenstoran Lodge. We would like to be the employer of choice for sure, and I think I'm going to put a little shameless plug in here that Glenstoran Lodge was actually tied #1 in Reader's Choice Awards for the best long-term care in Cornwall and SD&G, so we want to continue that trend. Financing long-term debt and principal, again, due to supply chain issues, we weren't able to complete our air supply upgrade or purchase our backup generator, and these capital projects are expected to be completed now in 2023, and so we will borrow for those projects when they are completed. We've increased our contribution to reserves by $50,000 to support ongoing life cycle capital works for the home. Revenue, we do receive revenue from several funding sources. Revenue from the ministry is based on funding envelopes specific to programs, as well as a funding-based formula, which is centered around resident acuity. As noted, for 2023, Glenstoran Lodge will be receiving additional funding for specific programs to continue to meet the 4-hour care per resident. And so by 2025, we will be required to have enough staff to meet a 4-hour minimum of care per resident. And so we also expect an increase in our funding for resident acuity in 2023 as well. In terms of internal revenue is a fee that Glenstoran Lodge charges to our other divisions, such as outreach for the use of space within our facility. And for our outreach programs, there's a reduction in outreach costs as a result of a realignment of staffing and expenses to more accurately reflect the services provided throughout the lodge itself. And that's our operating portion of Glenstoran Lodge.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Are we locked into a ratio in terms of supporting the lodge with the Ministry of Health, for example? Say, is it 50-50, or if we find we need more money than we have, do we increase our complement and they don't necessarily increase theirs? How does this work?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, mostly it is based on this formula-based funding where it's resident acuity, or a case mix index is what it's called. Mina and I have a meeting with the ministry this week?
Yes.
Or next week?
Next week.
Next week.
Early next week.
Early next week, to speak about funding and funding formulas and how we might be able to leverage perhaps some capital dollars to help improve the lodge. We have noticed that there have been many expansions or new builds of long-term cares within the city and the counties, and so certainly we would like to see if there's an opportunity for us to get some of that funding to put some major capital repair into the lodge. The lodge will be 25 years old this year, and so certainly we would like to see how we can leverage some of that.
Well, I hope you succeed.
Councilor Gardner.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when I was at the Glen Store then before, we had a very small amount of money per resident for food. Are you still in that situation where I can remember we were foraging for food to have enough? Because the ministry wasn't giving us enough money. So has that changed now? And I'm new. It's the first meeting I've had, and so are you, so it's something I'd like to know.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's not something we have experienced.
You haven't experienced?
Not in the
Good.
6 months I've been on the job or the 15 days that Mina's been on the job. Everybody is well fed.
Dumpster diving to feed.
Further questions on operating?
Thank you, Mr.
Wild
Mayor.
berries in the backyard.
No.
All right, on to capital, please.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Page 69 outlines the summary of our capital projects, again categorized in 4 different areas. Page 70 outlines internal building upgrades to plumbing, modernization of our personal care room, and updating of light fixtures. You'll also notice some indoor furniture replacement, as we are required to replace material furniture with vinyl or plastic material that is more suitable for infection prevention and control measures. Page 71 has list of exterior assets that needs to be fixed. Some of those projects include repair to the curb, interlocking brick upgrade, and some upgrades to our main entrance. Page 72 talks about our kitchen and laundry equipment upgrade and replacing all our material dining room chairs with vinyl material. So kitchen and laundry equipment includes our refrigerator, freezer, and laundry dryers. Page 73 is resident equipment upgrade. With more and more residents having mobility issues and for safety reasons, we have to replace items that are not in good conditions for hygiene and safety reasons. Page 74 outlines our 2023 10-year capital forecast, which is based on turnover, asset life cycle, and building condition assessment from 2016.
And that Glen Store and Lodge will also be part of the corporate initiative through the Building Condition Assessment Asset Management Plan to review all of its life cycle as well.
Any questions on capital? Councilor Good?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at the dining room furniture, tables and chairs. And I've seen in some places where they've done it, they've kind of done like a vinyl covering over some of the furniture. Has that been something that has been assessed to see if that's maybe a good route? And if it has been and it's not, you're not doing that, what is the plan for all the furniture? Is it being donated or?
So basically, these furnitures are like about 25 years old. And we are getting IPAC funding to replace these furnitures.
Perfect.
So for the dining room, so it's directly coming from infection prevention and control.
Good. I like to hear that. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Pretty painless.
Pretty things, yes.
Well, when you're mainly funded by something else. I make no promises. Voila.
Just tease.
Because I've been.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, I haven't come out here once.
Hello, everybody. I'm on page 75. I present Cornwall SDG Paramedic Services. So I'd like to thank all those that sit on the joint services who may have heard some of this before. The relationship with the counties is paramount, so thank you for all that participation. So this was presented and accepted on February 7th with the counties. So they're endorsed what you've heard so far. And our initiative is, going into this budget was service level. And the way we manage service levels or monitor service levels is by response time. That's how long it takes an ambulance to get to whoever asked for the help. So there's 5 categories of response time. The first, or level 1, or code 4, is the most serious. These are the people who need resuscitation, down to a level 5, which is they call those people the walking wounded. So we set a response time plan and we measure against that. So for example, people who have sudden cardiac arrest, we need to respond within 8 minutes of the call. We need a defib on time, on scene in a certain period of time. That's set by council, and we measure against that. So our budget is based on no movement in that. In fact, we've seen degradation of that over the last few years, and our initiatives were to try and bolster our response times. And some of the reasons for the degradation was increasing in call volume. So over the past 3 or 4 years, our call volume has increased. So we measured 2021 to 2022 in our call volume, and it was a little bit tricky to measure because COVID kind of threw a wrench into everything we were doing. So it wasn't an easy predictive model, but our call volume has increased by 5%. And our population growth is not at 5%, it's at 2 or 3%. So we're in a growth industry, which most people are happy about. So the drivers behind that is the demographic of which people call ambulances. So when people start hitting the age of 65, they start calling the ambulance. So of all our calls, 23% of our calls are at the age 63 or above. So well done, baby boomers, you're doing a good job. So in our area, the percentage increase of those baby boomers has increased from 23 to 25%. So our growth in that demographic is also increasing quicker than the population growth. So we're in the opposite of a baby boomer, we're in aging boomers. And we're trying to address the issue. So over the past few years, we've added staff, actual paramedics to the road. So that kind of you understand what's going on. The other problem that we're having is our call volume, so the amount of time we spend on every call increases. So, and you hear about this all the time. This is offload delay. You've heard probably tons of conversations on that. Statistically, our call time has increased by 30 minutes over the last 4 years. And that doesn't seem like much, except that we do 17,000 calls. So when you add 10 minutes to every call, we start getting into the point where we don't have any ambulances. And we're trying to address the issue to keep the service at the same level. So last year we added 1 full ambulance to the road. This year we need to support those people. So we're asking for an additional commander. A commander is a supervisor. It's a non-union position that helps teach and educate and support. What we're realizing, there's a couple of initiatives that are addressed in the budget, and one is we can't get enough people. We're like everybody else, scarce resources. So we've been to the colleges and we're addressing it in a global method. And that the number of paramedic graduates is far lower than the number of potential spots that are available. So we're trying to address the issue with collaboration with colleges. The trouble is a lot of paramedics are good paramedics. They're intimidated by teaching, and we're going to work with them to develop teaching programs, or preceptorships it's called, so that the number of students that increase out of the college potentially have a place to go. So part of their education is required mandated on the road training, and we only have so many spots. So we're trying to increase the number of paramedics who will take on students so that we can have more graduates. And we're also like really vamping up the way we bring on board. So it used to be you go through an application process, and we're starting really early. Like if we see any potential in an individual, we start offering conditional letters of offer, so we kind of get them to stay in the area. The presentation by St. Lawrence College was a little bit backwards to what we've seen, in that we're getting younger and younger graduates to the point that some we can't even hire because they have to have driver's licenses for 2 years before they can be a paramedic, and they're graduating and we can't hire them until they have that criteria. So it just kind of emphasizes the point that, you know, we need these supervisors to do stuff that we never had to do before, like teach them. The other thing that's happening is the college program is supposed to go to a 3-year program, and we've been telling them to hold off on it because we need the graduates, especially during COVID. So they're graduating out of the program that they meet the criteria, but they're undereducated, and we need to take that in our own world and develop them further. So the protocols are more complex, and they're harder to teach, and so they have a glimpse of what it is. To make it practicality, we need more support in that. So some of the other things we're trying to address in this, and you've heard this before, it's in the insurance worlds, and our insurance issues are with WSIB and lost time. So we lose a lot of staff to anxiety and post-traumatic stress, and somewhere along that spectrum. And so we're trying to build mental health strategies so that we prevent the injuries or lessen the injuries, so that their return to work or return to healthy life is better. So we have a bunch of initiatives in there basically to teach them how to be resilient, how to recognize when they're in trouble, and what to do once they're in there. It's been a bit of a journey on that, as there's no constructive roadmap on it. So we've pieced it together with lots of help throughout the province and within our own department. So we have things like cognitive therapists now on staff, and we're doing some training like resiliency training, we call it, vicarious trauma training, road to mental readiness. You might hear those types of words. It's all training, and it's just time in the classroom, which is more than we've done before, so there's increasing budgets towards that. Then the other one, which is everybody has had the same problem, is inflation. We've been killed by inflation, so our medical costs, our medical drug costs have increased by 100%. We don't go anywhere unless there's a truck to go somewhere, so our fuel costs are like through the roof. And just one thing after the other, even our capital costs are crazy. So in the budget, if we went line by line, that's basically why, and the budget's how we're going to get there. I think the other part to understand is in this shared services, the budget is split in basically 3 pieces of pie. So we're funded through the province at 50%. So net overall, we split that budget 50 with the province and 50 with the municipality. It's not exactly 50 because there's a bit of a lag there. So it's say 49-51. And for the finance people, that's a big worry. But in essence, it's a 50-50 split. And then we split the 50% with the counties, and it's actually a little more because it's based on population, and so it's about a 60-40 split. A little bit off of that, but 60-40. So that's why it's so important for the counties to be cooperative and understanding what the initiatives are. In our area, probably 80% of the calls happen within 10 minutes of the city of Cornwall. So it looks a little lopsided when you do it because we don't put boundaries on anything. Our job is to respond to the calls as best we can, regardless of where you live and how you do it. So it looks like Cornwall's heavily loaded, but we do the most calls in the 10 minutes around Cornwall. And we have 6 other bases in the counties to help support those people out there. So we anticipate, and this is the best guess, that the ministry will give us 4% increase over the last year, which you've heard already. It's a guess. Who knows what the ministry will do? They always say, please continue your program. It's coming. Stay tuned. Great cliffhangers, but that's all we can. So we're anticipating. They did say, yeah, you're going to get a little bit more than 2%, and at the time, 2% was the cost of living. So if we get 4%, we're pretty happy with that. So that's the operation and the operational budget. The capital budget is purely a replacement on a life cycle. So I can walk through each one if you wish, unless you want me to stop here and take questions. Or?
Yeah, we'll do questions first. Councilor Gardner, then Councilor Hollingsworth.
Yeah, I just have a question. How effective are these 4x4s that are hanging around at the burger places waiting for something to happen?
Yeah.
I know my mother got very, very sick, and passed away, but they were at my mother's place in 5 minutes. They were upstairs in the 7th floor looking after her, 5-10 minutes at the most.
Yes, so
How effective are they?
they're very effective, and the reason they're effective is, like I said at the beginning, we get measured on response time. So time to patient is the most important thing. And that's for 2 things. And one is survival. So if you're not breathing, you need to get someone to help you breathe. So the problem that they try and address is what happens in the ambulance world is we get to the hospital and we can't get out of the hospital. So these trucks can't transport, they just can arrive and they wait for an ambulance. So they get initial care started and then they're not tied up at the hospital. So this is a whole strategy on hospital avoidance. Going forward into the future, the whole mechanism of the way ambulances work is to move towards hospital avoidance. So right now, the only thing we can do is every patient that we touch goes to the hospital, and they're actually working on hospital avoidance strategies in the standard so that they could go to alternative care. Some of the services that have addiction centers, for example, are taking people who would fit that criteria to addictions. We're also doing some initiatives where frequent patient calls won't be transported. So there's some heart conditions that we can identify and manage. There's seizure patients that repeatedly seizure and they don't need to go to the hospital. Those types of people we're starting to get out of it.
Thank you for that. And the other thing I'd like to say is I've just been watching some of the news from Ottawa, and they're having a major problem.
They are.
This is being stuck at the hospital, not being able to get out. So I hope they can find some way to work around that.
And that ties into Mina and her ability and the extra beds and everything. I'm going to throw Mina under the table here. She needs to build a whole wing onto the but it's long-term care in the hospital, which pushes ambulances out the door, and that's huge, and that's the 10-minute increase in response time. In Ottawa, they're up to 11 and a half hours. So another avoidance strategy which is in the budget is called community paramedics, which are paramedics who are put into basically a social setting. They don't respond to ambulances. It's a 100% referral process, and what we're doing is we're identifying people who are using the emergency as a non-emergency setting, and we go to them and we manage them through that. That funding is 100% through the province, through 2 different, well, there's 3 programs, two different ministries are addressing it, and we, it's really hard to determine a negative, but about 670 patients are now being managed through our CP program through basically 4 medics that go out into the community and make sure that they're doing okay and recognizing when they could be managed at home and not have to use the emergency department to get in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hollingsworth and Councillor McDonald.
Just one question. Page 75, additional supervisor. What happens if council said, no, we don't want to?
If you don't want to approve an additional
We don't wanna
supervisor?
If we said we're not gonna hire an additional supervisor, what does that mean for you?
Well, that would be unfortunate, but,
Life works sometimes.
so it would be,
Just
yeah,
10 minutes
it's
to
fair
get
enough. So the quality of the medic would decrease because you wouldn't be able to support the medic in what they're doing, and probably your long-term care costs would increase. So we're hiring younger people than we've ever hired before. We increased the number of staff, so our ratio between supervisor and medic is over 30.
What's your ideal ratio?
Most textbooks are 20-to-1 ratios,
Okay.
so we're well over that. And we have to develop a lot of these training programs on our own, so put all that together and, you know, we'll struggle, like,
Okay,
they're
this is-
tired and.
No, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. I'm curious about the public access defibrillation program. Are you
Okay.
responsible for running an educational program, and
So-
where can I sign up?
Thank you, through you. Where can you sign up? The PAD program is under our preview. So until this year, what we've run is just the defib, the public access defib. Those are the yellowy green things that hang on the wall. This year, we're actually using light-duty medics who aren't fit for the road to become CPR instructors to start teaching. So we're looking at an initiative of about 2 times a month that they'll be teaching CPR, basic level CPR. That does 2 things for us, or more than 2. It increases the survivability potential in the community. So where we really noticed that we're struggling is we needed a defib on scene, and we need CPR started before ambulances arrive. So when we get there, they have about a 20% chance of survival at best. The quicker we get those 2 things on scene, the more likely they are to survive. So that helps us there, and it also helps with reintegration into the workforce, and that the earlier we get people who can't do their full duties into the workplace, the quicker they return to potentially full duties. So it's a good working project for them.
So we probably have these machines in all city buildings, do we?
Yes, you have one in the hallway there. So
Alright.
there's about 350 across the SDNG. So the mandate for us is any municipally owned building that has public traffic in it has a defib in it.
Okay. And how do you advertise when you're giving these CPR courses?
Well, right now we haven't developed that, so we'll work with the ITT department on the back through some sort of web.
Okay.
We wanted to do it where no money changes hands, or, you know, there's no cost to it.
Sure, yeah.
And so we're working on the training the instructors right now, and shortly we'll be able to start advertising for the courses.
Sounds good.
Councillor McIntosh.
Bill, just an observation as a member of the senior caucus here. I must protest putting the onus on us for the increase in calls. There's a lot more of us to come.
That's for sure, yeah.
Further questions on operating? Councillor Good?
Oh, actually, I don't know if it's operating or capital, but it's kind of built into what Councillor McIntosh was talking about. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering about the defibrillator program, and you do have one in all of our public buildings. How many do we currently have? And I see that there is a replacement budget in capital, so I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but what are the plans for increasing the number of defibrillators? I've heard really, really great things about how successful they are at mitigating like serious harm and helping prevent hospitalization.
So there's about sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. There's about 350 in the community now. Most of that was paid through grant funding, where the money was provided, we put them out. Some of them are about 10 years old, and this is the part of the grant. Now it becomes our responsibility to decide whether we're going to maintain them or not. So they're about $3,000 a piece, so we're replacing about 10, or planning on replacing about 10. It's quite clear when they're done. They have a computer in them that will give you a great big red X that says, we're done. And so it's not like a kind of big guess on when these things, we're starting to see those, so we want to replace those that are crossing themselves off the market. There's no plan because our mandate was maintain service level, so we're going to keep at the 360 or so across the SD&G. We do work with, like, if there's a big community event, that we'll move them in, but then take them back when they're done. So, like, the plowing match was a good example. We posted them all over the place. When the Highland Games go off, we bring them into those kind of arenas and do that type of thing to try and support the communities. I mean, some statistics, in a group of 1,000, we expect one. So when the gatherings are big, we kind of know that we should be planning on at least one.
Good to know. Thank you.
Any further questions on operating? Councilor Bennett?
When you talk about doing training on basic CPR, is that for municipal employees, or is that open, could it be open to the public?
We're hoping it's open to anybody because it helps the survivability of the people. So whether you're watching a hockey game or whether you go home and you either recognize what's going on and call an ambulance before they're flat on the ground, or you can do some CPR regardless of what's going on.
Yeah, I think it's important to get the word out if we start doing it. I know at our store, we had an employee have a heart attack on the 23rd, and he was practically, for all intents and purposes, dead for 20 minutes. But
Oh my gosh.
the fact that we had an AED on site and managers that were trained, he's alive today. He's coming back to work in a month. Right? So we got to get that message out. The more people trained, the better.
Councilor Huber.
Unrelated, but related. On the same note, we're seeing intervention by bystanders, which is helping survivability, helping you. Are you seeing the same thing when it comes to the increase in naloxone training to the general public? Are you seeing more individuals being helped before you get to the scene?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. It's a sad state of affairs that, like, if you look at the average age of Code 4 VSA, it's dropped quite dramatically. Like, a lot of them are under the age of 50, and most of them are related to some sort of drug issue. So just anecdotally, like, we will arrive and there's 3 or 4 boxes that are naloxone open and all over the place, and social housing has asked that we include naloxone training in the CPR initiative when we start, so that that we kind of cross over into circumstances that they may discover in their own world.
It's a quick addition.
So we're trying to include that in the training. I'm trying to get everybody involved.
Everybody involved. Well, I could certainly help promote some of that training, but glad to hear that there's more community intervention.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we're going to end it there this evening. We'll come back and resume capital for paramedic services next week at our next meeting. Can I get a motion to adjourn, please? Councilor Linjo, Councilor Gardner, all in favor?
All right.
Carried, thank you. We'll see you back February 22nd at 3 p.m.
We miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely.